Hey, it's Miss Chronic Chronicles.
Hey, it's Shay Darker, and you are listening to The Mary and Joe Show. So, Mary, can I be blunt?
Welcome to this exclusive special episode with very special guest stories from his past. There's going to be so much in this episode regarding this incredible individual. He's a gamer, a geek, he's a musician, a rapper. More than you understand, and you're going to understand by the end of this. So, without further ado, please introduce yourself as you would be known, like just your normal everyday dude. Who are you, Shade Darker 86?
Uh,
Where'd
yeah,
you come from? What year were you
where'd I come
born?
from? Oh,
Well,
fuck. All right.
yes,
So, 2 minutes
that's
in.
when we could start.
Knock that out. We're good. Okay.
We
Now,
did it. We did it.
where did
Welcome,
I start?
Brennan.
Um,
Welcome, everyone. Where were you
wow.
born? What
I
year?
mean,
Let's
should we
start with
bring
that.
some
We know you're a Libra, so we're giving out the goods right away.
giving out the goods
I'm
right
just
away?
sharing the good shit.
Um, I was
Yep,
born
yep.
in 1982. Um, I was born
1982.
in Kailua Kona, which would be uh, basically the west side of Hawaii. So
West side.
basically,
What would you
I grew up.
describe your childhood? What did it look like on an island over the beautiful
Uh,
sea?
I didn't
What?
grow up near the beach. I didn't grow up near like a normal like Hawaiian kid, I guess you would say would grow up.
Right.
I didn't surf. I actually lived in the
No.
hills on a ranch, um, and I ranched my whole entire childhood until
Wow.
uh, my parents made a decision that it wouldn't be good for my sister and I to stay in Hawaii to get an education because
Hmm.
obviously there's a lot of problems in Hawaii as far as like a ice epidemic was going on when I was a kid and like a whole bunch of and it even got worse now. So
Ooh.
thankfully, my parents made a choice to be like, hey, let's go give Minnesota a try because this is
Hmm.
where my mother is from originally
Okay.
was
So she was going
Minnesota.
back to her family with
Yep.
her son. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
I do have a full sister and I have a half brother that is older
So
than my sister and I.
so were they around when you moved back, or
No.
moved to?
Um so
So you
this
were
is
by
kind of weird.
yourself with your family. Right, right.
No, so this is kind of weird how it worked. My parents didn't really have like uh, a ton of money coming back here, and my
Gotcha.
mom somehow made it work that like we would all stay at her grandparents' house until like we got on our
Right.
feet. So I remember like life being super hard, and I had godparents that like I stayed with also in Minnesota. So it was
Hmm.
kind of weird, like staying here because I didn't know like what seasons were.
You
I
were
didn't
in
know
for, I
any
can
of that.
imagine.
Yeah, so I was
Right.
like super young. Um, and then
Were you a
basically what
teenager?
happened. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. I
Not
was
yet.
not a teenager yet. No, I was young as shit. I was here. Uh, I had no idea what was going on. Minnesota. I walked outside for the first time with flip flops on and shorts in the winter, and I had no clue that people were cold. Um,
I understand that. I got frostbite the first year when I was 6 in Colorado wearing flip flops in Colorado. I was from Louisiana. I get it. I am with you on that. Go ahead. So weather was really intense for you at an early age, the whole adjustment.
yep.
You lost your
And then
childhood friends early. I can see that leaving
uh yeah,
for
that was a
Hawaii.
big problem too, is I had a super great friend that uh him and I spent tons of time together because like Hawaii is different when you're up in the hills. Like there's not a lot of people that are like your age. You just have work that you have to do,
Right.
and I don't know,
And
it's
that's a
weird.
all day job just to help your family. The expectations, it's not something you can walk away from. And what were you guys ranching? What kind of animals, may I ask? Because usually it's a, or was it like a
It's
type of
chickens,
chickpeas? Oh,
cows,
chickens and cows.
yeah, chickens, cows, and we also had
Chickens
like
take a lot of work. My God,
yeah, what else was up there?
cows, that can
Uh
be a lot of mess
no,
too, my
there
dear.
no, there it was it was like soy and
Uh-huh.
uh coffee. That was it.
Really?
Yep.
So how many acres did you live on when you were a child
Oh,
then?
I lived in a very if I was to explain it, I'd probably give away who I actually am. So I'm not
Okay.
gonna
Well,
say.
go skirt around the rainbow of it.
I'm gonna skirt around that real quick. We're gonna push off from
Understood.
that.
Pass.
Um
Got it.
so basically coming to Minnesota was kind of like weird. My parents tried to make it work.
Right.
My dad ended up catering for like Prince,
Interesting.
because yeah, he wanted to be like a super big caterer for all the stars. So like Prince, MC Hammer, like he was doing all this stuff. I even
Caterer
have
in the
pictures
sense
of
of food?
yeah,
As in the
yeah,
sense of
like
food?
food.
Well, that's
Yeah.
interesting background. Okay, go on. Go on.
Yeah. So my dad was like in with all these stars. So we got to go on like the Purple Rain set. I got like a picture on fucking Princess Harley when I'm a kid. I don't know. Like
That is
it
awesome.
was cool. It was like a cool little childhood. But then
Right.
problems obviously arose because my dad
Right.
actually hated being in Minnesota. Um, he did not
Uh-oh.
like it here at all. So he left.
Oh
He
no.
literally one night,
What
I
age did he
remember,
leave?
I think I was 9.
That's intense, Shade.
Yeah. So
That's
I just
impactful. If we don't take that in, that is impactful. Yes. Go on,
so
please.
he just like bounced out when I was like 9 years old, right? So I'm like,
Wow.
okay, this is kind of like messed up. I just remember like panicking one night when they were in like a huge argument and I knew he was leaving. And I remember like walking out in the snow with my socks on just to leave the house.
Wow.
And
So
I
you were in
remember there
trauma
was like
from it,
a
for real.
yeah, and I like remember there was a how can I explain? Orthodox Jewish dude that used to smoke cigarettes on
Hmm.
my corner because he couldn't smoke cigarettes. Like his wife didn't
Oh
want
my
him like
gosh.
smoking around the house or his kids,
So you
right?
took a tiny
So
walk. I get it. Okay.
yeah, so I
Yes.
walked down to him with no socks on. And he said, "Oh, we're come in." And I remember like, oh shit! Like usually these people do not. If you know, like an Orthodox Jew, like they don't talk to
Oh yeah.
people.
They keep to their own
uh,
community and trustworthy few. It's true.
yep. So I remember like being invited into his home with my socks on and hanging out. And I remember that was the first time I actually like smoked a cigarette. And I remember having
Wow.
uh like Rumplemint's drinking at his house.
And you
I
were
forget what
9? Or wait, you couldn't have been
yeah,
9 when.
like 9. Yeah,
Damn,
I was 9.
sir. Wow.
Yeah,
And this
I
guy
was 9.
saw the trauma in you, like, what, man? You know what? You need someone to fucking a
Yeah, and
man. Like that.
I forget what the holiday is that they have that they build like a little like structure outside of their garage and they like eat in it and like have a party. I forget what it's called. I don't know.
If
I'm not
usually that's
really
for the passing, isn't it? They go into a tent.
yeah, I don't know. But we were in there drinking and smoking cigarettes when I was that young.
You know
And I
what he was
remember
doing?
like
He was giving your passing of your father being that he wasn't there, even though he wasn't literally there. He's
well,
probably
yeah.
giving you a ceremonial, which is pretty
But
powerful.
that's what like sparked off my whole like troublesome childhood. So my dad left, my mom
Hmm.
obviously started drinking, doing drugs, and inviting
Got you.
different types of men into my life. So around
Hmm.
I think 10 years old was when I started figuring out how to write actual like poems, which is kind of
Holy
messed
shit,
up.
Shade. No, no, no,
Yeah.
no. That was a way to express. Please do share.
So yeah, that's when I like figured it out. I remember like finding this book that was like an empty book and it had like a cool leather shell like in my basement, randomly finding it, and I was like, oh, like I want to learn how to like write stuff. And it wasn't even
Right.
like rap music at that point. It was kind of just like writing my thoughts down and then like drawing pictures with it. So it was kind of like
Journaling.
uh I
Right.
don't know, kind of like a male version of a diary, I guess. I don't know like how to explain it. It was just
Right.
like my thoughts and like the way I was feeling, and I would draw like these little intricate rooms of like myself in the room like stuck there, and I didn't want to leave the
Wow.
room because every time I left the room there would be different drama in my house or different people there, and then I'd have to
Fighting.
like deal
Different random
deal with a drunk
strangers.
dude like sitting on my like kitchen table, like it
Ah.
was weird, you know, like um
Right.
and uh yeah, it got super strange. My grandparents, they're home. My mom, like the house that we actually lived in that my father bought was gonna get
Right.
foreclosed on. So like my mom found
Oh
any
my
way
God. He left
possible.
you with shit.
Yeah,
This
so
man
like
left you with shit. With your mom with stress and with addiction. Probably depression too. That
well,
you were witnessing
partially it's
that
her
full
fault
year.
too though. Like she fucked off like a lot, like more than she should have, in my
Right.
opinion. Um not like uh bad to us, but like her responsibility as a parent
Absolutely.
kind of got
You would
thrown
know
out the
best.
window. So
Right.
like there was times like before the house got foreclosed on that she would just leave for weeks, and it was just me and my sister there. Like
Holy fuck. And how old was your
like
sister when
not
this was
going to
going on?
my sister is 3 years older than me,
So
and
you guys had
my
to make
mom
sure you
even
guys had
said,
enough food, or at least
yeah,
the lights were still on and
but
shit like that if she had forgotten to pay, I can imagine.
yeah. So my sister, my mom would even say it like, even as a kid, my mom could have passed away as a kid, and my sister would have been totally fine taking care of me. Like,
I understand that.
uh,
100%.
my sister, I remember her paying like the electric bill when I was a kid when my mom would
Hmm.
disappear. I remember her working at a drive-in to pay our
Hmm.
bills while I was sitting at home doing nothing because I couldn't like, like I wasn't even old enough to work.
But she
So it
was
was
making
like,
sure she was fucking gonna be there for you.
yeah,
Holy shit, what
yeah.
a fucking family.
So there was a lot of that. And then
Hmm.
I didn't talk to my dad, I think, for 8 years of my life. No contact.
Did he just not try to reach out, or you didn't want fucking shit to do with him, or nobody knew where he was?
You
There's the
know, I
questions.
think I think it was like a sensitive spot for him. I think it kind
Right?
of broke him. Like I don't think he wanted to leave. I think he wanted
Oh.
to uh well, I think he wanted to leave the where he was, like in the spot of
Hmm.
Minnesota, because I don't think he could make enough money
Okay.
here. That was his thing. And
And we're talking 90s, right? Because what, 90? That would have
yeah,
been like
yeah, we're talking
93-ish.
like
I'm assuming.
91, yeah, 93, 94. Yeah, we're talking
That's a
somewhere around there.
hardcore time in our 90s. I'm just going to say that. Salute to that. Drink your water, by the way. I'm drinking water. Drink your beer if
Yeah.
you got it. Drink
So
your Joe if you got it.
um so that was rough. And I didn't talk to
Wow.
him forever. Um
Hmm.
I don't know.
Until you were how old did you talk to him?
19. I
That's
was 19
hardcore.
years
You're a
old when
man
I
by
started
that
talking
point.
to him. Yeah.
Did he find you? or did you find him?
Well, what happened was like, God, how can I explain it?
And if my sound's at all bad, let me know, because I keep thinking I'm sucking over here. I'm trying. I'm scared. Let me know if you can hear me.
Basically, I got a phone call when I was on the phone actually with a friend, which is funny. I was like calling a friend, and I got a phone call, and I picked it up, and I heard my dad like talking in the background, and I remember, I think it was my cousin was trying to talk to me. It was like, "Yo, your dad's here, staying with us.
Holy shit!
You should talk to him." I'm like, "What? Oh shit!" And I didn't like know what the hell was going on, like where he was. I didn't know that when he left, he didn't actually leave to Hawaii right away. He actually went to Little Rock, Arkansas, and stayed with his sister, and then got enough money to fly back to Hawaii, and then started over back in Hawaii.
Wow.
With nothing. I mean,
so
he
was
literally
in
left with
solitude
nothing
for a while.
Yeah.
Right.
Which I don't blame him at the same time, because like the shit show that I observed after all this was like, holy shit. Yeah. My mom got worse. My half brother, I found out that I had just out of the blue when I was 18. Found out that my mom had another son and was going to come live with us. So I was like, what?
What?
Yeah.
Fuck?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Pause a second. We're being told in the chat my microphone's gone to shit. I am scared. Can you guys hear me? We're not going to play that game on this fucking episode. No way in hell. If it is doing anything,
it
I will
is kind of
unplug. All right, unplugging.
yeah,
Hold on, I'll be back.
You're crackling, I think. Well, damn. She's unplugging. She's gone. She's ghosted. I'm going to get some nicotine in me because this is kind of weird to talk about. I hope everyone's having a great night, man. Holy crap. I don't think I've gone into even this far into extensive interview, I think, my whole entire life.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, man. This is a whole nightmare of the messing up
No,
stuff.
no. Your mic is fine now.
Okay, this is better then. If I need to move closer, we'll do it. All right. I think if I don't bring the laptop Miss Chrono Chronicles in, we'll be okay with no echo. But if at any point it messes up, just let me know. And I'm glad that I have at least made you comfortable enough to share so far, because I haven't even had to meet into the notes yet, and we're already, it's just the situation at hand. If I can just take a moment so we can step back. Ultimately, what you've shared so far is that you were thrusted into a situation where really strangers were kind of taking care of you and your sister, and financially you were on the cusp of who knew what was going to happen, and your father stepped out quite early. So the only release you really had was to do poetry and to maybe spend time with your sister, who actually gave a fuck, it seems like. No offense. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah.
No, I want to sound like a dick, but it's like you were like had to compartmentalize and maybe had some trust issues early of like, what fuck is life?
Yeah. So all of a sudden I got this brother moving into the house, living rent free because our house is getting foreclosed on. So he was just like staying in the crib.
Wait a second. When I had the same thing happen more than once foreclosing. So let me ask you, because it's very important to explain this to listeners. Because if you've never had it happen, especially if you're a child, or if you have a kid you're about to do this to, let's have this chat for a moment, because it's very important.
Yeah.
Did you wake up and have them say your stuff needs to go on the lawn? Or did they give you a 30-day notice? How did you know?
No, my mom was actually pretty good about it. She just told us, like, I can't afford the house anymore. We're going to move. And I was like, where are we going? And she's like, we're moving into my grandfather's house.
Okay.
okay.
Was that
So I'm
okay in
think
your brain?
well, so how can I explain this? My dad did pretty well for us when we came to Minnesota, right? Like
Gotcha.
we had a pretty decent I had a pretty decent little upbringing in Minnesota for a
It sounds
small
like he has
amount
high.
of time. We lived literally right outside of Minneapolis in a nice little like lakeside neighborhood. Like if anyone Twin Lakes neighborhood, it's right on the side of like Lake Calhoun, which is a beautiful spot to live at. Um, it was good. And then
Right.
I ended up having to move into a shitty ass fucking neighborhood
Uh-oh.
in my grandfather's house, that led me down a worse spot than I could have ever been in. Like,
So it was a mind fuck, or did you appreciate the experience, or were you scared? Was it like from the chirps of birds to then the sounds of bullets? Because I've
um,
experienced that.
no, I wasn't scared, but I just like knew what type of neighborhood it was. It was kind of
Okay.
like a,
Paint a picture.
mm, kind of felt like, okay. So if anyone knows what Minnesota is kind of like, we obviously have two huge cities, or not huge, but good sized cities that mirror each other. But the neighborhoods are all flat. It's kind of like Chicago. So it's like small stores, houses on houses on houses, not really project housing too much.
Interesting.
But it's just like low budget homes. You know what I'm saying? Like
Got you.
middle
Middle class?
class to worse. So like there's worse parts of the neighborhoods and there's better parts of the neighborhoods.
Right.
I grew up in a, or stayed in a mediocre one. But still at that point, my mom was still drinking when we were in that home. And how could I explain what happened? I think I decided at that point that I was going to leave and go back to Hawaii with my dad.
Were you a runaway at that point?
No.
Okay,
Like
that's
I
a real
was,
question. All
yeah,
right.
no. Like I told my mom, I was like, no,
All
I'm
right.
just gonna leave because this isn't like good for me.
You're in a fucking nightmare.
And
It sounded like.
I went to visit first and stayed with my dad, and I was like,
Right.
holy shit, this dude has made himself like the best life ever. And I'm still in this shit. I'm in the shithole. Like, my sister's dating like a dude. She ain't staying at the house no more. I just got to deal with my
So
drunk
then
ass mom.
and
And dudes around, you know, like.
yeah, that was the time to leave, Shade.
So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I basically like went to Hawaii and was like, why the fuck am I staying in Minnesota?
So you were 19 when this happened.
Yeah, like I think when I actually stayed in Hawaii, I was like 17 when I was there. And I remember being like, why am I like, yeah, no, 19. 19's right. Because I was like,
him, was it,
what's that?
Because you said you didn't get to meet him again until
8 years
19,
later.
and when you were 19 and then decided to live with him again, was it a positive thing when you moved back?
No, not at all.
Shit.
So he he met a new woman, which was cool because she was actually like legit. But he still had issues. So like there was still problems. I remember the first night that I stayed at their house and I hadn't seen him. And I remember being like so hyped up to see my dad. And I was like, no one came to the airport to get me.
What the fuck? The simple shit.
So I'm like blowing up his phone and I'm like, Dad, I'm like, where the fuck are you? And he's like incoherent and handing the phone to people and shit. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, so I remember taking all my bags, leaving the Kona airport on foot and
Right.
hitchhiking home from the Kona airport
What the fuck?
to my house.
Welcome to your
Uh,
feeling. What the fuck?
so my dad's new girl drove him home after he consumed a amount of pills and alcohol. Decided to water his garden. Fell face first into a fence. I had to carry a 280-pound man, and I mean, I'm at that point nothing, into a house, throw him on the floor. And this is my first night back with my dad. Imagine that.
But you were used to dealing with alcoholics. Let's be
Oh
honest.
yeah. So it was like whatever.
Well, there's no question in that statement. So you were like, "Oh, great, my dad's just like my mom."
Just like my mother.
Wow.
But he has a better place to live.
Saw
It
him
was
a totally
basically the
person on the phone versus being over the long airplane ride.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, I got to take that one in. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck.
So-
Okay, so that's real. So you're with your dad. Hold on, I'll be right back. You're with your dad and explain to them now your new normal.
So yeah, my dad at that point was into real estate. He dropped all the catering stuff. That's how he met his girl. So real estate, obviously, on the Big Island is pretty lucrative. So they had a ton of money, but also a ton of drugs and
Gotcha.
a ton of alcohol abuse at the same time. So
Right.
there was nights that I remember like trying to go hang out with my dad, and I would walk into the back room of their house and they had a huge fucking thing out just doing fucking massive lines of blow and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm so young seeing
Holy
this. And I'm like, oh, damn, my dad is really like that. Okay.
Was he encouraging you? Because you were young though enough.
No,
When you moved back?
no. All I could do was my dad would just buy me alcohol and I would just drink. So that's also a problem. So my mom didn't want me back in Minnesota. My dad didn't want me staying in Hawaii after the whole, I was there for like a couple months.
So he basically then rejected you by the time you actually like reached out and had hope for him. Here's dad. He's supposed to be there. Fucking take me away from all the abuse. Oh, wait, you're just as bad. What the fuck? Now I got to take care of you. No, now everybody doesn't want me here. What the fuck? I can't even. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so hold on. I got to ask. If I'm wrong, you always correct me, okay? But so by this point, you said you had this leather-bound book with all these freaking writings in it. Was that real? You were already still putting all that hell into this book this whole time?
Oh, yeah.
So by that point, were you at all doing any... We're gonna dive back and forth into the like creative side of this and how things kind of came together. But is this kind of where you started in the island? Did you start rapping? Or
no. So I'll explain all that too. So I'll leave it at being stuck in Hawaii and not having a place to rotate. So before I left for Hawaii, I had a friend that lived down the street, a dude named Leslie and my boy named Kyle, and both of like all of us were into like 3-6 Mafia, super heavy, like messing with 3-6. But I also like the boom bap rap. So like if you've ever heard of like I Self Divine, he might have been known as like Chaka back in the day, graffiti writer from Minnesota and San Francisco. He used to bomb in. But I was super into like Wu-Tang, Jedi Mind Tricks, a whole bunch of just like wide range of hip hop, like old Def Jux like stuff, like Cage Kennels, like all that stuff back in the day. Like, and all of us used to buy like crappy microphones and like just one turntable, crappy setup, and we would like rap. Yeah, and like we would all just like freestyle or do whatever. And then it became like once I hit like 16, 15, maybe even younger, it like really clicked to the point like, oh, I could actually like do this. Like I
Right.
could actually rap. And I was like,
The
still
friend
heavy, like obviously young
encouraged
kids,
you?
still doing drugs, smoking weed,
Right.
partying all the time. Um, yeah, yeah. What up, Fortune? Um,
So you were
so
never a
that
coke guy? I got to ask that
what's that?
because if
What's
you
that?
had much access, was there any drugs early on that you did try with
Yes.
cannabis?
So the part of the city that I lived in Minnesota was a very high drug trafficked area.
Right.
Even though it was kind of tucked away from the city, it still got all the things.
Right.
So I had friends shooting each other. I had friends.
Ugh.
I mean, I've seen brutal neighborhood squabbles. I've seen bottles broken over people's faces. I've seen people hit with golf clubs in
Right.
house parties. Uh, yeah, no,
Do you
it's
find more rowdy than they were in Hawaii? What do you think was more?
Hawaii's different. Hawaii, I
I
can
want.
explain that too.
I have
So,
to talk about that because I already have it here on the list. So we're going to jump into that one question. What was the negative about Hawaii besides
um,
father's situation?
so being a younger kid and
Mm.
leaving Hawaii, I think at the little age, I think right on, yeah, it's just like, I got
Mhm.
picked on a lot for being white in Hawaii.
Mhm.
So
Even when you were
basically,
walking by the road, you explained it a while ago in another
yeah.
episode. Please share that with the listeners.
Okay, so this is the time that I'm staying with my dad that I can't go anywhere, right? So, I'm basically there for a couple months. I can't work because no one's going to hire me. I could, whatever. So I basically took it as a vacation.
Mhm.
So, in Hawaii, trying to navigate my way around it, I meet a crew of skateboarders in Hawaii that introduce more alcohol and more drugs within Hawaii. So I'm
Mhm.
doing the same shit, running into the same problems. And now my dad doesn't care. So I'm fucking
Mm.
off all night. And I had now been set up with a bunch of my old friends that I knew when I was a child.
Oh
So
yeah, then you're
now,
gonna get okay. I'm
yeah,
feeling it.
so I'm
Ed.
I'm running into the same group of people that I knew from before when I was a
Right.
kid. And now they're all older and they're all
And they
doing like
love you. They're so glad you're back. They're like, bro, you can never leave again.
they're all
I
doing
feel it.
pills, they're
Yes.
all doing
They
ice,
to party
they're
with you.
all the house parties, they're out of control. Like it, okay, so like, yeah, I'm there and I am literally in the worst place that I could possibly be.
Mhm.
um
I
so
ask a second?
yeah.
Wait, have you ever thought about or played in your mind how much different it would have been if you just stayed there and how worse off or better you may be?
I would have been worse off. I would have been worse off for sure. Because a ton of my friends were way worse off and still
Right.
deal with issues. So
Right.
during that time when I'm 19, both
Mhm.
my cousins lived on the island.
Right.
And I was super close to them all the time. So I was still even back and forth when I didn't talk to my dad. I was still back and forth from Hawaii staying with my aunt, which is effed up. And she was great. She was alcoholic too. Like it
Yeah.
destroyed my whole entire family. But my cousins started getting into heroin.
Gee.
So that was also a thing. Yeah, so my cousins, basically my youngest cousin, he met a older man. He didn't mess with women, obviously, but
Right.
he met an older man and went down a spiral. And he was living with my cousin at that time,
Mhm.
and he ended up being HIV positive
Oh no.
after like a whole bunch of heroin stuff. And my other cousin came home to him overdosing uh,
Wow.
within the living room. Tried to give him CPR. What's messed up is now my other cousin has HIV.
Oh my gosh.
So,
What a
uh,
fucking nightmare. Like an
yeah,
actual fucking tunnel nightmare. Like
because he was, I guess, bleeding from the mouth. So I don't know how that worked out, but
in general.
basically, my other cousin had,
Yep.
uh, yeah, um, he's doing great now,
Wow.
which is good.
Right.
But he was in and out of jail after, because I think a lot of things messed him up. He started getting into like burglary and theft, and ended up leaving Hawaii and moved to Oakland, I think, and got in a whole bunch of trouble. But he's out of prison now. He's good. Yeah. So that was a little spiral, and then
So
I left.
okay, so how are you not more no, I'm not gonna say- I was like, how are you not more fucked up as an individual? You take it out on this beautiful art you call music and all the other things. You're so like you're balanced. Holy shit, as a child. You
Yes.
internalize a lot of shit, dude. Holy shit.
So I didn't even finish school at this
Right.
point. Like I was just back and forth so much that like I lost a whole bunch of like school time.
Right.
So I had a little breakdown, I think, when I was in Hawaii. I think it was for maybe the world telling me that I shouldn't be there. I don't know.
Right. Being
But
rejected's not a fucking great feeling.
I basically somehow finessed my way into going back into Minnesota. So
Mhm.
uh, I went back home. Um, right at that point that I went back home, my mother remarried a guy, and he was extremely abusive.
Oh no.
Um, so I moved back into the house. This dude would drink all day and then come out home and take his day out on me. So that was like,
Oh, great. So you became the buffer instead of her being.
yeah,
Oh, that's even
yeah.
better. So did you learn how to fight then?
Well, I'd
Please,
always been a
I'm being
scrapper.
real on that shit. Like that's
Yeah.
intense. You were literally okay. So in my eyes, like I come from New Orleans, and when we talk about alcohol abuse, I'm like, how drunk were they? You can't really talk about abuse. That's my.
Uh,
So to deal with more than one person and to actually see your mom starting to be fucked with,
yeah. So
dude.
I can recall one night that kind of like pivoted my change in
Right.
what I was gonna do. My stepdad came home super drunk. Um, and I'd been staying at a friend's house for like a week, something plus at that point. I came home to grab clothes, and he was home. And like, I don't know what he was trying to like edge towards, but he was basically trying to start a fist fight with me. And I remember him running down like our steps and like throwing me through a drywall like wall, like my whole imprint was in
Uh,
it. And I was like, holy shit, this dude is actually trying to like fuck me up right now. And I remember grabbing my skateboard and hitting him with it like a couple times. And my mom called the police, and the cops came and were talking about arresting me for assault and all this shit. And then they saw like the imprint of my body in the wall, took him to jail, and I never heard the end of that after for like 2 years after
Because
that.
she
I
wanted
literally
you
left. I got a I was going to school, got a full-time job, um, as well as going to high school, and I moved in with like friend of mine that was just in like some low income housing, which we can get into that too, which
No,
led
you
to more
should. You
trouble.
have to. That's a subject we're
So
gonna
yeah,
go
I moved in with him,
over.
and we were up to a lot of no good. There was a lot of selling meth out of that house, and there
Got
was a lot of selling weed out of that house. And it was like in the worst neighborhood ever that you could ever live in Minnesota. Like, no joke, like the worst. I had a crackhead run through my house to get away from the police. Like, that's how bad.
No. I lived in
So,
Long Beach and had people jump my balcony, so I know what you're talking about, man.
yeah. So,
Holy shit.
I was in school one day, and thankfully, I knew this kid named Krishna Uch. It's Krishna. I'm putting you on blast, my boy. He was a little Korean kid that I was, because I wasn't a bully in school. Like, I wasn't mean to people. I kind of was. I was kind of mean to like bullies, to be honest with you.
If they they started shit, you'd come back. But otherwise,
yeah. So like
you
this
should respect.
this was like a little chubby Korean kid that I was like super cool with, because he was a nerd and I was kind of a nerd. So I was like, oh yeah, no, I fuck with him. You know, like
right.
He would do my math homework for me and shit. If I
Okay,
bought him
you're
like
right.
lunch, you know, like I was like, you know,
You're-
he's my little homie. But he comes up to me and he's like, my sister works at your townhome, like as the rental agent, and she said that the cops are going to raid your house today.
Holy shit.
So you should go home and remove everything from your house and leave school right now. I was like, oh shit. So I called my brother-in-law at that point, was like, meet me at the crib. I literally moved out of my house in 20 minutes.
Oh, it's possible in those circumstances. I get
it. Yeah. So basically, the house got raided. I had to leave for a little bit. So I ended up moving all my shit to my sister's house, and I stayed with my half brother in Chicago, which was also the worst decision I could have ever made in my life.
Wait a second. In downtown Chicago or outskirts east?
He was northeast Chicago.
Okay.
So not the best not the best neck of the woods. It's kind of like a town called Little Italy. If people aren't like,
my God, that's all you had to say, because that could be in any place in the world, a good or a bad thing.
All right, so
you share the good and the bad, because you have to share the good and the bad. There's always good and bad.
Yeah. So I go and stay with him. I try to go to school, and I end up leaving.
Try to go to school for what?
No, school, like actual high school there.
Okay, what grade?
I would have been at that point a senior.
Oh shit, you were just trying to get it over with. I understand.
Yeah. So since I missed so much school, I was like forced to like redo school again. It fucking sucked ass.
I did that 7th. I did 7th twice. I fucking was a nightmare. I understand.
Yeah, so I was stuck there and basically left school because it was a terrible environment. And I remember Dave and Buster's was my high school at that point, because I got served alcohol there, and I would just go to Dave and Buster's in downtown Chicago and all day.
Interesting, fun place. And what year was it out? Because I have to know.
Fuck, I 2002
like for adults to like a major verging on. They just need some strippers.
Yeah, 2002 maybe.
Oh shit!
Around there.
The politics 2001 are different in your town. Damn. All right. The listeners are thinking it.
Yeah, so I was there for 2 years. Bad decisions.
You were drinking. You were hanging out somewhere.
Drinking, hanging out, finding dead people across the street.
Oh
Um,
no. So it was like that in the town already? People were just fucking overdosing everywhere?
yeah, it was bad.
Meth, heroin, what?
Shootings and probably heroin.
Oh, that's never fun. Okay, all right. Wow.
Uh, yeah. So that was the thing. I was there for 2 years. Yep. And then I left at that point because this is when like the internet like started cracking off, and I was like, oh, I can
Mm.
actually like have an internet presence and make music and do shit.
Were
And
you
at
into
that point, what's that?
were you into gaming at that point?
No.
Ooh,
My
okay.
brother actually had a gaming setup, and that probably is what actually started it. Besides my stepdad buying a PC and me like fucking it up and taking it apart and breaking it and fixing it and like trying to figure all that stuff out. I don't know. I was super
Okay,
into that.
question. So that we have a context of time. Was it Chicago in 2002?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah, that's about right.
We know, because I will timestamp some of this so people can like understand the awesome of Shade Dark.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
So
Chicago was
at that point,
you're crazy.
all right. So at that point, my sister just purchased a home with her husband, and invited me back up to Minnesota to stay with him, which was sick. Like, okay, this is like the perfect opportunity to get my shit together. Basically, it was like he's working, she's working, they're working on kids. Like, this is perfect. I can stay in the basement, help them out with all the things at their house, whatever, you know, like I'm good. So I end up living with them for a while. They had their first kid. Shout out Aiden. Hey. That's my little homie. And I just watched him for a while until my sister gave me like the perfect opportunity. Was like, hey, I'm working at Nordstrom at Mall of America. They need people. Do you want to come work? I was like,
holy
yeah,
shit,
they'll hire me. Like, hell yeah,
amazing.
I'll do it.
Never been there.
So I got hired there. I worked in shipping and receiving at first, and then it got super like stale and boring for me. And then I took a job in women's shoes, and then took a job in salon shoes, and then the men's department. I moved around. I even worked like random stuff within there for like maintenance and the art department, shit like that. But it was like
what a great experience.
It was cool. I worked there for actually 8.5 years.
I have to ask, and maybe this is verging on a question you can say pass, but your sister was like your mom, and then you're taking care of her child, so you're impacting that positive.
Yeah.
Working in the shipping and all. So you have a stable job, you have a stable house, you have a kid you're seeing growing up to be stable. Was your sister ever at any point have any addiction issues?
Nope. My sister actually
healthy.
Yep.
Man,
my sister
why you are who you are.
Yeah. So she pushed me towards doing like the criminal law thing.
Oh,
she was into it.
There.
Yep. So she actually helped me obtain my PI license.
Fantastic.
So during this whole time, I was doing that and working at Nordstrom selling shoes.
Were you?
What's that?
What age were you at that point?
Oh, 22 proud of.
You got your PI license. What age?
24.
Hell yes. I have experience in skip tracing myself, and also taught people to do judgment recovery. So I could have gotten a PI license, but I got it was just like working in insurance sales. I felt bad because I knew too much. And I was like, you're fucked. So I never wanted to judgment, collections, any of that. So that's a hardcore fucking place to put yourself. Did you enjoy being a PI?
No. Okay. So I have two things there. So I did that. And also during that time, my dad felt extremely terrible, probably for abandoning me at some point. But he said, find something you like to do and I'll pay for it. So I found a a program through IPR, which is basically like a college for production and recording in
That's
Minnesota.
fantastic.
And I was like, well, do you want to pay for me to do this? Like, I'll do all the courses and do all the shit. Boom, done.
What an opportunity.
Yeah, so it was good. Like, that actually helped me out as far as like what I wanted to do, and it actually put a like foothold into how to meet other people
Right.
that want to do the same thing.
Right.
So,
What was your
at
school
that point,
experience though? Art school to production school major. What was your experience? Did it, because what was it, an art school or was it an actual engineering sound
it's
school?
an actual engineering school.
Okay. Did you find it to be snooty, and how did you feel about the networking? Because some people who are listening, who listen to this podcast, who listen to my channel, we're all in sort of the same kind of things. What was your experience? I've heard a lot of been positive.
My experience within that school was to senses they're obviously collecting money.
Okay.
But
good point.
but
Yeah, good point. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I also remember my first class that I was in, the dude saying 80% of you are never going to get a job in the studio.
I love that.
Let's just make this clear.
They wanted to get rid of the people right away.
Mm-hmm. Like,
that's hardcore.
Unless you're like here to actually do what you're supposed to do, you ain't gonna make it anywhere, which is a reality check. And I actually like took that in my head, and I actually like say that to myself sometimes in the mirror, like 80% of us ain't gonna survive out here. So like it's still stuck in my head that he even said that to me. Was like, oh shit, this motherfucker's serious.
I went to Art Institute, so that's the reason I asked. Is they do that kind of model too? They try to break you down. It's all about critiquing. Did you work with? Was it an in-person class or an online class?
Yeah, it's in person.
Oh, that's even more hardcore. Okay, all right.
But this also brought like good things. So like at this point, I had friends obviously being here earlier. So like here production team for albums. I'll explain this right now. So being in the skateboard community, you'll meet a lot of people into music. So I actually met a dude in my town besides Kyle and Leslie named Ross. And Ross used to run Under the Bridge skate park. And I remember him like, damn, this kid's good as hell at skating. And I remember like, I got to get up with this dude and just skate with him and figure it out. And then finding out that he had a whole studio in his basement. And I was like,
oh, wow.
Okay. Like, I'm impressed because he invited me over one day, was like, you live right down the street from where I'm at. Like, just come through. I was like, bet. Show up at this dude's house. He's got a full ass studio in his basement. I'm like, okay. Like,
and you're fully trained or you're still learning at this point?
No, what comes to find out is he goes to the same school as me.
Oh shit. Now you're
so I'm like,
now you're best friends. Okay, all right.
Okay, so this is how this is about to go down right now. Okay.
I am in love with this story. Please do share. So where'd this mentorship of friendship go from there?
It kind of just stopped right there. Like what? I was just cool with him, like, and we would talk randomly. But what really broke the like straw for my music was working at Nordstrom at Mall of America. I met a dude in men's shoes named Mike. Right. And I was like, oh shit, like this dude actually raps too. Like, what the fuck? And then I met another dude named Nick, and I was like, okay, this dude has a whole different rap style than it's like punk rap. I'm like, where did this dude come from? And they're all handing me CDs, like, check this shit out. I'm like,
different
hold
stuff.
up.
Different
all this different, yeah.
Different like, economic backgrounds are all kind of in the same.
All kind of the same shit.
Okay.
Like,
so nobody was like over ego in the moment with their studios. friend who had
but
that
they're
nice.
but they were all like popping with their own stuff at that point. I'm kind of
Exactly.
like, oh, how do I get in with this? So I ended up linking up with Mike and going way down south to his house in Minnesota, and we came out with a couple tracks in one night. And we didn't think that they were going to do anything. One of the tracks was named Outcast, which I actually lost, and I wish that I still had it because holy fuck, this song is
Outcast, like same or not?
yeah. No, it's
Okay.
just
Okay.
the
Okay.
song.
Where are
Okay,
these
so it's
lyrics? I need to
basically
read them.
yeah, it's basically like a light up of how messed up your life could be. So
Right.
I don't know. So we made these things, and then we stayed in contact like all the time, talking to each other. And I was at that point just kind of messing around by myself. I came out with a CD called TV, which was Type Vital, which I made with one of my friends named Alex from my old neighborhood. And like I recorded the whole thing while I had the flu, which was kind of weird, which kind
You
of
were out
made the
of your
mood.
head, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it kind of made
That-
the mood for the album. Actually, it was
Hell yeah.
like weird. It was like I don't know how to explain it, but
You could even cough in
so
that.
yeah, so I put out the CD and I started giving it to all of them, and they're like, "Oh damn, like you're trying to actually make some shit." And at this point, we found out that a maintenance dude played bass guitar, and we found
shit.
out a dude that worked in men's suits played the drums, and then we found out like another kid played the keyboard, and we were like,
You're gonna get together whether you like it or not, folks.
let's
How
all
fun
hang
is
out.
that?
So then we actually
Okay.
made a live hip hop band called Atlas Dusk.
Fucking sick.
And we performed a lot of shows throughout Minnesota. We were together for 6 years, I would say, solid. 5 years,
Going
6
into your
years.
30s?
What's that?
Not so. Would it be going into your 30s? 6 years. That's a lot.
Yeah, so I'd be like 28, 29, I think, right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
going
what
into
broke
30s.
you guys up?
Money.
Oh, nobody was really making shit, or
No. So we were doing fine.
right,
But like when studio time came to like actually fund it, because we didn't have a record label, it was just us. So it was like having that many people, you'd actually have to pay for a studio. You wouldn't be able to have a drummer, like a home
100%.
studio. It wouldn't work. So like
Exactly.
we ended up paying a ton of money for studio time. And then when it came time to actually like cough up that money, a lot of people were not so quick to
Right.
cough it up.
Did these people have kids and shit? So you guys were already like,
Yeah, they're all older than me.
right.
These dudes were like 8 years older than me at this point.
This is like,
and I didn't even. So what's fucked up about this is I didn't even join the band to even rap.
right.
All I was there for was like a verse here and there, and then like to be a hype man for dude while he was live. And then
You
there was
believed
a night. Yeah, there was a night before a St. Paul show that we're all like trying to disassemble the drums in
right.
like our practice space and rolling up the carpets, and I started freestyling about like rolling up the carpets and moving all over shit. My boy's like, why don't you go 50-50? Like,
Why don't you do it more? Yeah.
and then it became a 50-50 thing. So like the whole group kind of forced it upon like the head dude that was the main rapper was like, yeah, no, I mean, we're rolling 50-50 from here on out. Like, and put out dope ass songs. A couple of the songs are with dude that you probably heard.
Wait, have to ask. All right, now, was there a specific like added? Because I have to ask because we don't have them right here to ask, so you have to speak for them a little bit. Whether there's a specific attitude of kind of music they like to play, and that you like to play, and the other people like to play, or did you guys collab just so authentically? Did you vibe a lot live? Like, did you riff a lot, or was
well,
there?
I mean,
Wrote
Okay,
it.
so let me.
Yeah.
I can't really explain. Our keyboardist was a blues player.
I love this. Okay.
Has no hip hop experience whatsoever.
Holy shit. I am in love. Wait till you guys hear some of the music we'll feature later in this episode. Holy shit. Go on.
Our bass player, he never had friends, never cared for him.
Really? Outcast.
Played just bass licks apparently by himself in his basement. Plays the guitar real well too. Alex, which was the dude that made Type Vital with me, ended up being our actual full-time DJ, which he was not. He's a producer, but he ended up liking fucking with turntables, and he ended up being real good at it. I mean, he can juggle records. He's great. So like, it was a good group, and he can rap. So it was kind of like the whole thing was
lab. Yeah.
Wonderful. And then on top of that, we had Nick, which was in a whole different hip hop group, and he was already doing stuff in St. Paul and Minneapolis. So like our promotion was like out there. So like all of us working in the same place, in like the lunchrooms and stuff, we could throw out flyers. People from work would show up. It was great. Like we stacked people out the whole thing. Like we broke some place's record in Minneapolis of people.
Were you only making music, or were you putting videos out? Because like
I have videos that I have from back then. And I can probably grab more.
We will be featuring stuff if we can in the future. I'm gonna have to make you to come on to a part 2 to answer questions.
But yeah, no, it was a super great time. But I also was a product of my environment, so I was getting in trouble during this time. I did carry a gun on me everywhere I went.
Okay.
I still had the old neighborhood shit that I. What's that?
Is this your art friends, in quotations, art friends? Is this your spray painting friends?
No. These are not kids that I painted with.
That, but I had to make sure we put a little post-it note on that. Okay, so this is just your shoe department. This is amazing, by the way. The fact that
this is just my workplace band.
That's fucking amazing and awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys who are listening, but some of you might understand, like you've had people, I don't know, how long did you work there? Like a few years?
8 years. 8 years. 8.5 years. 8 years.
8 years. That is like, okay, so I know like 6 months, and I used to feel like, man, you're my sister to some people. So 8 years, it's like you knew people were off and shit. You could feel their soul. They became family to you every fucking holiday, every situation, every like. The mall is a big place. I worked in the mall. Not like yours, but I understand. I saw a lot of crazy shit. That's and you become a camaraderie. So you already work together well because you're working.
Yeah.
And then you collab together well, and then you go on to your so then you said you were carrying a gun at this point. They weren't the people, right? These are other side friends. So you were the bad boy in the crowd.
Yeah.
Store. I'm saying it. Oh shit, Shade. Okay, go on.
So I have to explain some things. So in the neighborhood I grew up in, we had a lot of, how can I explain it? Gang activity. Yeah, gang activity. So there was a lot of vice lords, and there was a lot of Satan disciples, and there was a lot of gangster disciple, a lot of Chicago type gangs in Minnesota.
Okay, you might have to elaborate for some people who don't understand. I'm gonna follow the best I can.
So
I was on the west side.
So if you're like in a neighborhood, a lot of the people are the same in that neighborhood.
Shit.
So there's a lot of neighborhood riffraff that will happen. How can I explain? Yeah, so I'll get into that.
Please do.
So my friend Leslie and I said the guys that I used to rap with from my old neighborhood, right? Leslie and Kyle were both vice lords. So they ended up down a path that did not end up well for them. Kyle was ambushed outside his baby mom's house with his
Oh,
child in his car. He was shot in the head, shot a couple other times, ended up paralyzed.
he survived?
Yeah, he's close to a vegetable in a hospital, but he is
That's
alive.
horrific.
Well, not a hospital. He's in like a
A
old
home.
person care pretty much
Yes.
right now.
Yes.
Leslie took the wide choice after that night of leaving, and he left. He moved down to Florida, and I'm still
Wow.
in touch with him. But he lives in Florida now, and he kind of moved away from all the junk. He still raps. He makes dope ass music too.
Wow.
He's more along the lines of the boom bap rap, not like gangster rap, even though
Got-
he's from that type of. But yeah, no, we had a rough little group. Yeah, it was a rough time during
Did it
that.
start affecting you when drugs and death started to become consistent?
It's always been consistent.
That's what I'm saying. Did it start affecting you to the point? Have you been jaded since a child? 9 to deal with what you've dealt with?
Yeah.
Wow.
And my mom even like says some stuff to me. Sometimes like she even says like, I don't know how you deal with this many friends here just like dying. I thought I had a lot to deal with. And it's kind of out of control. Like I think by my senior year I had 32 friends that were dead.
I don't know if you want to reference this comment. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know. I'm slow out of the loop. But we can reference comments later, by the way. I'm just going to bring them up. If you see anything you want to point out, go for it. Please do continue. Sorry.
No, but yeah, no, I had a lot of death to deal with.
Yeah.
I still deal with it till this day.
I bet.
I mean, I had a friend lose his life nothing but a year ago due to a carjacking in Minnesota. So, yeah.
The fact that you've mentioned now several times in your story just so far that friends of yours have been shot in front of their house.
Mhm.
I was under the impression, I guess I'm fucking wrong, but I thought, at least I know somebody in Kansas City, Missouri, who had explained that usually gangs don't shoot if your family's around. They wait.
Not
But
up here.
not there, they're fucking evil.
Not up
Cruel.
here.
No, and like putting you in a car, making sure they shoot you right there. It's a whole fucking statement. That's like, do you ever have moments walking outside your house you get scared? I would, even if they weren't coming for.
Yeah, no, the other dude that was actually with my boy when he got shot covered his son. I think he was shot 11 times and survived. He actually got out of the car and walked to a corner where a woman found him and actually called 911.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a small caliber pistol. I mean, he's lucky. So, yeah.
Wow. So,
yeah.
Okay, so coming back to what we were saying about, sorry, we got a little distracted. We knew anybody could be coming. But so guns became a normal thing in your reality.
Yep.
Music was still something you were doing the whole time?
Yep.
When those albums were released, let me make sure I'm right. I think it's 2010?
2007 through 2010.
Holy shit. Okay, so I've been making music since 2009, and I've kind of taken some breaks. So let me ask you about that.
Okay.
Has music been something that you do and you don't really release it, or do you take breaks and you just don't make music for a little while? We got to ask you because this is an old album that people are going to fall in love with and beg you to make new music, and you will, but you know. Here's a question.
Yeah, I'm my own worst critic. So like when I make stuff sometimes I just hit delete. Like I don't even how can I explain this? If I spend a lot of time making something, and if I don't look like or like it, that I think that it's not banging enough, I'm not touching it after that.
Right.
It's over. I'm the worst, my own worst enemy as far as music stuff.
I think that's fair enough. We are our own worst critics, but do you have a bunch of unreleased stuff?
Yes,
That's the main fucking question.
I
And
have a shit ton of unreleased
all
stuff.
right, let's talk about your numbers on that. When you make music, do you get emotional? Do you
No.
feel? No, you don't. Do you get obsessive?
Yes.
Obsessive because you want it to sound a certain way? Is it in your head already? Or I have to ask this because I'm a producer in my brain. I am not a lyricist. I sound like an idiot when I'm trying to come up with words. It's like it's that no. So I've asked DJ Brex this. I'm going to ask every other musician the same question. What happens when you're like, I need to write this down? Do you take your back when the technology wasn't existing to pull your phone out, you wrote it down. Nowadays,
right.
when it's burn in your brain, do you pull up a video and flip the video over and sing out loud what you wanted to say? Or how does it happen? How does the creative shit flow? Even if it was 2007, I gotta
okay,
ask.
So usually what happens is like usually what hits me is if I'm like driving somewhere and I like, I don't know if you guys like mess around, but I have a whole shit ton of music in my car, like hooked up to my like deck and shit, like a shit ton. So I'll like go through and just randomly pick something. And once in a while I'll be like, damn, I haven't heard this for a minute. And I'm like, okay. Then it puts some sort of thing in my head like, oh, I'm going to make something right now. So usually what I'll do is I'll have an idea, and I usually just have a notepad in my phone of just points of ideas.
Okay.
That I'll like
little
think
poems
about.
in your mind that are spitting out?
No, just like topics.
Oh, even better. It's a fucking outline of bullets of feelings.
Yeah.
So
like,
wow, that's word power. Okay.
So I'll like have topics, and then I'll like I'll come home once in a while and I'll be like, can I actually do anything with this? And then if I like find a beat that I'm actually like, oh shit, and then I'll just spit just random stuff over the topics. And if I can make my wordplay work, then I actually get the bar structure right. And then that's when I'll start writing and being like, okay, this is my layout. This is my idea for the song.
You usually write your words then sing them? You usually like to like record it in its moment if you're vibing out to the production?
To me, I have to sit on stuff for a long time. So
you're the second artist who said that. I feel like I would be like buying a oh god, I don't know how that feels, like a dress, I don't know, like, or what, a brand new car and never driving it. How do you do that? I know, I was just told people buy loops, buy tracks, own it for years and don't want to release that shit because they're like, it's such a baby and I can't do anything to it yet. I feel like I'm not
on stuff.
Fuck. Do you feel like it's like a all right, so here we go. We're going to talk about a few tracks. We're not going away from the subject, but I have to ask this question right now. So when, oh my God, who is this person? Hold on. I have to get rid of their naughtiness. I'm not even reading the fucking thing. Could somebody take care of it? I can't ban them here. Can I?
I'm confused by them. Whatever.
All right, we got you. So we're over with that. Yes, no. So when you've made these recent tracks that were, I'm going to say recent because it's the last little over a decade, what are some of the ones that came through profoundly were yelling at you? Because I found some, I'm not going to go too hard on the lyrics yet, but like the train one with the pocket watch.
Okay, so
incredible. And I'm
train
sure
song.
you do that loop, or was that the time? It was the watch, the pocket watch one.
Oh yeah, the clock inside.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we can talk about all these.
Hold on, let me see if I can... because that one's, oh, here we go. It says, no, my clock isn't worn. on a train. This song has soul, I'm just going to say that. You can't avoid death when it's all up in your face. Like,
No, I said my clock is not worn on a chain, comparing to Flavor Flav.
oh, wow. I never even took that. I was thinking a pocket watch. I was thinking, what a weird analogy. He's not an old man. That's what I took from it. Like an old man.
So,
would have
like, you remember when Flavor Flav used to say, I wear the clock so you could tell the time?
Holy shit. No. Please explain these. Here, what song is that? Can I pull it up?
I mean, you could, but I can explain. Yeah. Please. So that those lines was basically like a Flavor Flav reference, because he used to say, I wear the clock so you could tell the time. And I said, my clock isn't worn on a chain. It's basically in me. So I can't show it to anyone else. I'm just going to.
Here we go. It's the clock.
So
hold on. We're going to play a little bit of it. Hold on. I am so impressed with this one. Hold on. I have to bring myself. It's
probably going to be hot. This one was like recorded like.
All right. So I'll mute myself and I'll come back. Anybody who's in the chat that can help out and rock out and with your wrench out. I use that one. Here we go. I'm going to say knock them out. Here we go. 1 second. You feel free to speak over this. I'm muting myself so it doesn't echo. Just so
I'm letting you rock out. Go ahead, send it. I'm gonna go pack me something real quick.
I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. The bad times are gonna end real soon. Started at 18, now I'm past 22. Waiting for the numbers to catch me and my crew. And the clock is running out of time too. The constant ticks, yeah, it's making me sick. It's just another disease that the clock inflicts. And every day I wake up at high risk. Yo, son, can you hear the ticks? I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. I guess I have an arcane brain. No, my clock isn't worn on a chain. Push the cold blood through my veins. And everyone has a name, time, and a place. You can't avoid death when it's all up in your face. When the clock stops, your life gets erased. Put in new batteries to avoid fade. Damn, son, that ticking won't stop, wait. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. Little hand has a big one. A few more times around, yeah, I'm sure it'll be done. It's all measured by heartbeats. You only get a certain amount before you end up under white sheets and some tags on your toes. And everybody knows it happens at the same time. It just happens when the clock makes up his mind. Good son, I'm still ticking inside. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. I can hear the clock inside a ticking. I sneak inside out. Felt bad for the people with sundials. My shit's a Nixon and it's ticking well. Hope the lifetime guarantee works for me. Can't imagine having no air to breathe. I'm waiting to sign out. change the clock, no doubt. Not expiring, I have more juice. I hope your clock is ticking too, huh? I hope your clock is ticking too.
I can hear the clock inside a ticking.
Yeah, clocks. Oh shit. Yeah.
So I loved that though, because I was like, if he did this production, that's incredible. If he looped himself, that's even more incredible. If it was laid on top of something, you even knowing how to like slide your little bit into there is what was great about it. I personally loved.
All right. So
Share a little bit about that album too.
This beat was made by a kid named Dan Novak. Shout out Dan Novak. Also a Nordstrom employee. He produces shit by himself, which is dope. He would actually come out to every single show of ours, which was sick too. But he made his own music and he was on his own grind. So like, much love to him. He gave me a couple beats. This beat I actually fell in love with because it like kind of hit a point for me. Like, all my friends were getting shot up and dying, and like,
right.
I was like kind of, or like doing drugs and dying at this point. Right. Like, I think I lost one of like my homegirls died of like a fucking heart failure at that point. Like, what the fuck? Like, how do you die of heart failure at your age? But yeah, no, like it made me realize like everyone doesn't have a clock and not everyone's clock is the same. And
absolutely.
That's why I was like comparing my clock to a Nixon with a lifetime warranty, because like hopefully I have a lifetime warranty, you know, like,
and yours doesn't come with pain. Holy shit. That's so well done. It's not cheap. It's not fucking bullshit.
Yeah. So a lot of stuff is, I don't know what the word is for it, but I mean, it's
a
really,
metaphor.
Yeah. It's there's stuff in there that digs. As far as like the train song,
right?
Oh, we can talk about that too. So there is actually a video for that.
Which
song.
one is it?
Hold
on, because I don't know which. Anyway, we will link.
I don't know my albums like that. It's been a while. But basically, my friend gave me an opportunity to shoot a video in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and I took him up on it because he's a dope ass producer. Turns out YouTube does not like the video, so this video is no longer existing. So that's the thing.
So hard for people to be the creative people they are.
Basically I can tell you what the outline of the story is.
Please do.
Basically a guy that comes home from the war and people are hunting on his property more or less, and he goes and kills all of them because he thinks that there's still war outside.
PTSD.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what the whole thing is.
Is that a metaphor?
Weird idea for a video with like what it is, but like
would it be like a metaphor because like you're kind of at battle? You've always been at battle, like.
Well, yeah, no, I mean that's the idea of it.
And the train, I was going to use on one of our videos for Instagram account. I was going to do the runaway train, but you're not like a negative of it, but you might be laughing at the rain. Like you might be a little out of touch. You might be a little insane, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Positive in a good way. That's what I thought of after I'd heard some of your lyrics. I was like, you are so brilliant with sharing the core right there. You're maybe not here. You are mysterious to everyone, you know, but the generality of it is there's something we all feel a little deeper. We're like, we're not sure. Look, Seafowl said mad respect, Shade. Look, we got all these.
I haven't even been looking at chat. I have no idea.
Respect, Shade, Miss Chronic Chronicles. Much love, y'all. And Seafowl, sorry. Birthday chat supervisor said later.
Oh yeah, that's
to
my boy.
But yeah, man, I think that what I've at least heard so far, and we're gonna get into that. You're here for a while.
Yeah, no, I'm in for.
I have to roll up another joint, and I'm just so grateful that like you had these albums hidden below, I'm going to say it like that, the veil. None of us really knew what you had in store. I did not know you had a jazz influence. Are you a fan of jazz? I have
Yeah,
to keep
big
bringing that
time.
up. Okay, big
Big
time.
time.
So
Like
who were some of the influence? You said you've given us some
well,
rap influence. Let's go for it. Go
hold
for
on. I actually have to explain this. So
Please.
like as far as jazz, as far as like the jazz that I like,
it. Right.
I can't really explain who's what, but you
Right.
remember like super hard New York saxophone jazz?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I enjoy.
P. Diddy and shit like that. I wish.
No.
Not P. Diddy. Puff Daddy. That's what I remember. He was much better.
No, but like
Each his
super
own
hard, like
somewhere else.
New York jazz is cool. I
Give us some
I enjoy
names.
it.
I need
No,
hashtags
but
your favorite names. Come on, give them
I'm
their
not like that huge of a jazz fan, to be honest with you. Like that crazy of a jazz fan, to be honest with you. I'm more
Just
of a. I've never been a huge
old
like
jazz.
outside.
Nine-
No, I've never been like a huge like outside like hip hop person. I've been kind
Outside
of
of hip
just
hop, you've
always.
always liked hip hop.
I've always just been a hip hop head, and I
Dude,
grew
that's
up on.
hardcore, man.
No,
I
I grew.
love it. I'm just
I
taking this
I
in.
grew.
Most people don't. Shit. I'm throwing my hands up. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
So you're for real about it. Then you need to
Yeah.
say who really influenced you.
So like I grew up on Led Zeppelin, obviously. I grew up on shit like that, like
So you do like the
Rolling
instrumental
Stones, and
guitar.
yeah, I like every I love it all. But like my major influence in my life was hip hop music. What else was influential? Rage Against the Machine. Like I was super angry as a kid, I think, and that's what made me like hip hop so much. Like
Right.
was kind of just like the fuck you to everyone.
Machine's intense. I'm sorry. I'm like sitting here like, what a weird extreme. Who got you into that? Was that Hawaii? That wasn't Hawaii. That was too young. There's no way. That would
No,
have been
like my first actual like time hearing like dope ass hip hop was.
You have a little Beastie Boys. I don't mean to interrupt you. But
Yeah, a lot of Beastie Boys and the Fat Boys.
That's
I
not
fuck
bad.
with them a
Actually,
lot.
don't judge me. I was like,
Yeah.
we've had this conversation. We're not going to get up
Yeah.
on it. I didn't get to have secular music till I was 13. So Led Zeppelin and shit like that. And then Beastie Boys, I didn't hear until I was like 32 years old. It's pretty
I grew up
sad.
on MF Doom Doomsday.
Okay.
I mean, like
You said Wu-Tang.
Wu-Tang. I'm a huge
Okay,
Wu-Tang
so
fan.
what's the
Always will
songs
be.
that did it to you when you were like growing up? Because this is
Well,
important.
The first Method Man album,
Yes.
Cal, actually is what broke me. Was like, oh, this is over. I'm gonna become like.
If he can do it, I can do it.
I can do it. Like that's what broke me was the Takal album.
But he's not doing it enough.
I just remember I just remember those lyrics. What's that shit that you be smoking? Takal? Like I was like, damn, this motherfucker. Like, okay, I can fuck with this. So that was a huge influence. And then I got into like more chill like hip hop, like LA hip hop, like Pharcyde and shit like that. Like Bizarre Ride. Pharcyde Bizarre Ride was one of like my favorite albums. Or Lab Cal in California. That should be kicking. Like you can't deny those albums.
You have the Guyliner on you though, all over your.
Yeah.
I don't care if you were 9 years old. Like straight up, let's be honest about this. You brought a little bit of West Coast and like I have to say it, you brought a little pigeon.
No, I mean
you brought a tiny pigeon. They know what they don't know what I'm saying when I say that.
There's
but
a little
I'm
bit
saying
there.
that like you took the hood of the bullshit, even though you weren't there, you were aware of it. You probably had friends you stayed in touch with and heard what their drama was, as you said. The drugs went down there. You heard people dying. I'm sure of it. Positive. You're welcome to share if you feel at all it's important to share. But those experiences probably even like season your sound. Like, were you into? I have to ask. Were you into Atmosphere? Were you into that kind of? No. Yes or no?
I can explain. I can actually explain this. All right. Okay. So
because you have a lot of his like funky, and I think it's bomb. You're deep.
I I don't disrespect Atmosphere like at all. Like
Right.
they did some cool shit for Minneapolis.
Right.
Um, but I was an Atmosphere fan before it was like crazy Atmosphere shit. So
Oh,
like
I respect that.
I was a fan of Idea. I was a fan of like if you've ever heard Idea lost his life a couple years back, but I
Uh-huh.
was a fan of Idea, which was also on Rhymesayers Entertainment. It was Slug's best friend. Um,
Ooh.
but I was a fan of them. I liked a lot of Rhymesayers stuff. I like Brother Ali. I have nothing wrong with the label. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it became a point where it became super hard in Minnesota if you weren't them to get shows.
Gotcha.
Um,
Did you
so
need to be signed to get anywhere?
maybe you need just a little push. So let me explain this to you.
Please.
A dude that I have songs with had
Mm-hmm.
a show with Macklemore. So this is before Macklemore was even big here. So it was like Greaves, Macklemore, my boy, a couple other people had a show here in Minnesota before
That's
like even the shit cracked off.
right.
So Macklemore used to be underground rapper before the thrift shop song came, just to let you know.
Wait,
so, so let's just keep it a buck there. But yeah, so like there is hip hop all up in here. So I'll explain. I think we're in the timeline of my sister, me working at Nordstrom,
right.
me.
You've already
Okay,
experienced all
so
these weird things with the shoe store and the people. Go back. Yes.
yeah, so
We're
during
here.
this time, I'm starting to figure out that me working at this place isn't lucrative income. Like
Mhm.
it is, like it pays the bills, but I want to do something else. So I started figuring out like ways to, because I was always technically savvy. Like I said, I used to take like my parents' PC apart and rebuild it and shit and do
Mhm.
stuff.
Mhm.
So I started figuring out like a bunch of technical shit
Mhm.
and started
Self-taught
researching it myself.
research.
Yeah,
Even
researching
better.
it
Yeah.
myself and figuring it out. Um,
A true
and
geek. Let's be honest here.
yeah,
Should be
so
respectful of
at
that,
this
guys.
point, I met my ex that also
Uh-huh.
worked at Nordstrom. Um,
Mhm.
uh, during this time, we both just worked there and lived together, got a
Mhm.
townhome together, got a dog together. But
Oh,
I was constantly spending my time learning tech shit. Anytime that I had was like building servers, building things, anything that I could buy for cheap and learn.
right.
Like I was just doing it. So I was just
Mhm.
like fucking off.
How old were you when this
Um,
was?
28, 29,
Okay.
29, 30,
Got
29,
it.
30. So um that relationship ended up not working. She ended up being an extremely abusive alcoholic, just like my mother. She ended up beating the shit out of me one night and then called the cops on herself, which was good.
Wow, that's
Uh,
the situation. Men don't
yep.
get that all the
So
time.
hold on, we're getting here. So
All right.
yeah, she called the cops on herself. Cops realized that she was tanked. I was not drunk.
Right.
They hauled her off to jail. But in the state of Minnesota, when there's a domestic like that, you have to leave the premises. So
Oh, jeez.
um, I chose the higher up of why would I make her go stay with her mom? I'm just going to go stay somewhere else during all this bullshit,
Mhm.
you know, like.
Mhm.
So I moved in with my boy Tony, and that's where some musical magic was made.
Mm.
So the song with Road and I,
Mhm.
uh,
Wait,
you'll
I think
find
I
on the
remember.
album.
Do point out. Go ahead.
Uh, we recorded that in the pink room of Tony Motzko's house, which was his sister's old room. Sister moved out at that point,
Goodness.
and she had a hot pink bedroom that I stayed
Uh-huh.
in. And I soundproofed the bedroom and used it as basically an outlet for my stress while I was sitting in their house, just stuck there.
That's
And my
fucking
boy
amazing.
would come over
Otherwise,
and
it's
we
a
would
my
record.
room.
Yeah, we would record in this pink room
Mhm.
and yeah, made some dope ass tracks in there.
What
And
What are some of the tracks you remember you made there? And I will link them because I can't find the reference.
fuck, I don't know. I would have to look. Any song
You'll
with
tell me
Road was
later. Link.
any song with the dude Road was made in
Mhm.
that pink room.
That's fucking wild. Okay, so paint a picture because there's a lot of listeners and we're all
All right,
just
so yeah, this pink room.
it's a kumbaya in the fire pit of the
All
of
right.
the
So
internet.
during this transition of all this stuff going on, I was
Mhm.
interviewing for a tech job, like just out of the blue. Was like, hopefully they'll hire me. Like I've no experience, nothing, and I ended up getting hired for this dope company, and I ended up working there for pretty much my whole adult career. Was working at this place.
They train you.
Yeah, they paid for everything.
Holy shit.
They Yeah, so I got a full ride on this company.
Right.
Um,
Hands-on
and
experience.
then yeah, and I was still making music the whole time, but I
And could
didn't even
afford
like,
it probably too because you
yeah, no, like
really
I could
pays
buy
well.
all the shit. Like it was good.
Yes.
But like I said, my relationship was falling apart at this point.
Was it a good escape though? Let's be honest. We don't have to hurt
Yeah,
anyone.
yeah. So
We just need,
uh
that's what we're doing here.
yeah,
That's the
so
reality though. Look, you were working with your band. I'll say it like that. Your group. You were working with them for almost 8 years, and then you come into this situation. Of course, you would
yeah,
be wanting to focus on that. That's what you know what to do is to like throw yourself into something. So
yeah.
okay, old habits die hard. No judgment. So then
So the
she stays or goes.
yeah, so her and I split, and
God.
the company ended up selling pretty much at the same time at the
No,
split. So I was like, ooh,
but
what do
you're
I
still
do?
then.
But thankfully the company was repurchased by somebody that was downtown Minneapolis. So my life kind of got thrown upside down and was like, well shit, now I got to start working downtown. What am I going to do? Like I have no place to stay. And thankfully Wesley Opus, which is another
Right.
dude that features on my album, he bought a house in St. Louis Park and was like,
Come on down.
come stay with
That's
me,
fucking
bro.
wild.
I'm like, bet. So I moved in with him, and it was the best situation I could have been in because having a full studio at home
Right.
on top of my stuff in the house. And at that point, we had another dude that was an engineer living above me. So we basically made all of our machines all talk to each other and all fun stuff so we could send each other shit and make
You were like
shit. And,
living in the actual music studio. That's fabulous.
yes. So that was super cool. Good experience.
Is that where most of your big, like laid back, good,
Um
or not? Let's say
th-
the best. We don't want to do
that was more of my better produced shit came out
Is
of
that
there.
where the
And
bongs came in? I have to ask.
no, Bong Song was
We'll get
before
to
that.
the bong song later.
Oh,
Okay.
we'll get to the Bong Song.
We're
But
good. Go
during
anyway.
this time, I was skateboarding a lot because the dude I live with, Wes, skates like he's a cracked ass skateboarder. So
Gotcha.
he would always try to get me to go out with him all the time. So I was skating a lot during this time, making music, still working.
Were
But
you uploading tracks at all at this point to like get
yeah, I
thing?
think we were making stuff, but we were making stuff for other people at this point.
Because I'm like, you're in the skateboarder community. I know that that's real. Like they self promote the shit out of each other.
Yeah,
So
so during this point, the bread and butter was actually like production and engineering for other people within the household. So like Wes would take a lot of jobs, and if Wes wouldn't take one, he would pass it off. So it'd be like if he was too busy or something came up. So we were making a lot of stuff for like people in the Pacific Northwest, which is like Jellyfish Brigade,
that's
Sand
huge.
People, a bunch of shit.
We're
So
gonna
we were
talk-
making stuff. Yeah, we were making stuff for other people
right.
during this time, and we're also making stuff obviously for ourselves, but not as hard.
But it's
at this
funding
point.
it. The whole
Yeah.
situation was like allowing you to be creatively expressive, network with a whole group of like-minded individuals creatively.
Mhm.
I'm actually
So,
quite impressed. Okay, keep going. I'm gonna roll something
right.
up. Shooting myself.
You roll, girl. All right.
I'm
So during this point too was when my life started to kind of shift. So um, within this time, uh, I was making bad choices. So uh, during work, I was selling drugs, doing
Mhm.
stuff while I was actually working downtown and
a double life.
outside. Yeah, outside of work, I was still selling shit.
Gotcha.
And I was taking PI jobs while I was selling shit.
What a smart man.
So,
That's a hustler for you.
so
Yeah.
yeah, bad
Way to
choices
roll
were
into your
made.
30s. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah,
That's
so
living it
bad
up. You
choices
weren't
were
having a
made
boring life.
during
Okay,
this.
go on.
Yeah, so during this point, I was also getting into video stuff at this point. So
Ooh.
like I would go to like random house parties with GoPros strapped to me and shit like this, like during this time.
Okay.
And this is how I actually met my wife. So we'll get into that right now.
Please. Can we
Yeah,
please
so
bring up I'll say it in the private chat so at least you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to push
yeah,
it, but go for it.
yeah. All right. So yeah, so during this time, this is how I met my wife. Basically, went to a house party that super random.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled up in there, trying to film the whole thing. She was with a different dude at the point,
Right.
and coming to find out, like there was some background there that I'll
Gotcha.
get into. But
Please.
yeah, no, I ended up hitting it off with her, and I was like, "That's kind of weird," you know.
Were you like talking to her all night long? Energy?
Yeah. So I was like, "Okay, this is kind of fucked."
So this is a
So
message to your wife. Like I'm time stamping it to wife. She can watch it when she wants.
so
And I'm rolling up, so I'm gonna mute myself. We love you all for being here. Thank you for supporting.
yes, thank you. So yeah, at this point, her and I broke separate ways that night, and then I released a video of that night. And somehow she saw it on the internet and hit me up and was like, "Hey, like I'm the girl that you were talking to all night." I was like, "Oh shit, okay."
Oh wait, in the
And
comments of the video?
yeah, I was like, "Oh shit."
Snap.
And then after that, I was like, "Oh damn, like she's actually into me, whatever." And
She looked for you.
yeah, no. And then it was super weird. Like I think like 3 days later, she came over, hung out. We went out to lunch together, hung out, had a lot of good conversation. I was like, shit, I might be in trouble here.
Uh-oh, it felt
But
real.
I come to find out later on after being around her for a while that yeah, she used to work as an escort.
At that current time you met her.
Yeah, she was
Working.
with her
Her
during
gentleman.
that time.
With her
Yep.
gentleman.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
And was she afraid to tell you?
what's that?
Was she afraid to tell you when it came
Oh,
out
right.
that-
Yeah, right when like at first, but then she actually explained like what was going on. And I was like, damn, okay, well.
So did you
I
have
know
a
all
lot of
that.
respect for her in that moment? Because you're like, wow.
Oh yeah, no. And
Bro,
we weren't even
shit.
like physical with each other at this point or like anything
just
like that. So it was cool, and I was like, okay, well, shit, we can be cool still. Like, I don't care if you do that.
Right.
Like, we can still hang out.
Was this the first
And
ever experience, or was you'd met other people in the industry?
oh yeah, I've been around.
So you were just respectful to, okay, you're in that life. I got it.
Yeah.
That's
so
You didn't have to work judgment from you.
yeah, so like I think a month down the line, she was just like, "Yeah, I'm over it. Like, I don't want to do none of this anymore. I'm sick of staying with dude and getting treated like shit and all this other stuff." And it's like,
Wow.
okay, uh, well, we can figure something out. And then I think she moved back in with her mom, and
Uh-huh.
then after that, uh, kind of just started hanging out with each other, not anything crazy. And 10 years later,
10 years.
yeah,
She leaves the industry, sees there's a real man that fucking loves her. She was being abused in that situation, you were saying.
yeah.
I mean, this has got to have caused some, I mean, I would imagine some trauma in a sense because,
Oh yeah, she has lots of issues, but
and that's not, it's a systemic situation of like when you leave the life or when you are afraid of your safety from leaving the life, depending on
mhm.
your circumstances, but, and also trusting that you actually fucking love her, I bet.
Oh yeah. So
Even
I
you're saying,
mean,
I mean, I
10
don't
years
know. That's
later,
my guess. Correct me if I'm wrong.
thick and thin, like
Right.
she's been with me. I've been to jail. I've been
Dude,
and she's held down the fort. I've been on house arrest. She's held down the fort.
you've been a bad boy with her. That's not good. But
Yeah,
that's okay.
and
That's real love. You've proven it.
yeah, and like I don't
When did
know.
you
Like I don't know what I would have done
call
really
the
without her. And now like
when did you
we have a
marry the lady?
yeah, and we got married. We have a beautiful house. I mean, life's
When you
good.
finally okay, so when did you actually get married? Is this a new marriage?
Yeah, we got married actually June 17th of
Last year?
last year.
Hell yes. After
Yeah.
10 years? Or wait, am I
Yeah.
wrong?
Well,
Oh,
it would have been 8 years at this point. So
how
year
damn
before
cute is
last year.
that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So and all the positive with all of this, like what have you have learned about life since having her as a partner for 10, it's 10 years now,
Oh,
right? Am I
yeah.
wrong?
Yeah. So it's 10 years
Okay.
now.
And please give advice to the listeners who are like, what the fuck is you just only
I
know your
mean,
circumstances, but hell,
be
experiences are real.
patient with people because she has a lot of issues. I probably have a lot of issues that I don't like talk about or resolve or because I'm a dude, I guess. So I bury shit until it
But you
blows
can't
over.
solve, let's be honest.
But uh no, it's taught me to be patient. She has a lot of problems and I'm just yeah, like
I mean, it's got to,
just
I mean, okay, so you just said, and I'm just going to reiterate for the
mhm.
listeners who might skip around and find this part. And that's when they come back and like, wait a second, what are we talking about? Well, now I got to skip back. I'm just warming up the chat. If you're just coming in, you must replay this whole video so far. If you're listening on the audio, boy, you got a treat in your ear tonight, and you're not going to be able to go to sleep. It's going to be intense because you're going to hear more and more. But your wife sounds like she went through her own development, like a tiny little tree you would bury and make it grow the best you could with the soil you got. The two of you went through this transition. You've went through good and bad. Did you have moments? Because listen, she is a totally different version of like your mother and all the other stuff.
Oh
But
yeah.
the positive is that she's not perfect. You're not dealing with somebody you're having to compete with. You're both independently went through your own hell, and like the partnership side of this. Like, I mean, as a musician, has she been your cheerleader the whole time? And the
No.
no,
No. All right. So yeah,
I shouldn't have asked that. Sorry.
yeah, so how can I explain this? So yeah, once we got together and
Uh-huh.
so yeah, basically what happened was yeah, we got an apartment together. We lived
Mhm.
in a terrible neighborhood.
Okay.
Uh and then saved up all of our pennies, nickels, and dimes
Right.
to get out, which we bought this place now.
Beautiful little cabin in the
Yeah,
basement woods.
yeah. So yeah, we moved away from where we're at.
We have to segue. We have to segue right now because you have to tell about why you moved away. Why did you move away? What was the environment, the burning of the it reflects
Yeah, so the
not
riots
go here.
caused a severe problem.
Let's share with the listeners if you're not familiar with what he's talking about.
All right, so yeah, George Floyd, after he passed away, my city where I stayed at literally got destroyed in a matter of a couple nights. So things got extremely weird with my neighborhood because I lived in a real diverse type of community, which had a lot of Mexicans, a lot of Asians, a lot of black folk, a lot of white folk. And it wasn't like a breakup or divide. It was kind of like a weird thing where everyone just kind of like stood outside and talked to each other, made sure they were good, and made sure like, okay, well, if they come here and shit starts breaking and stuff's going down, like we're all good, right? Like everyone's gonna just ride it. Like don't burn our shit down, you know? Like
you'd never been in a riot before, so that's like a weird trauma response there. Just be like, all right, my neighbors in my close vicinity, as long as they're okay.
Yeah.
All
so
right,
it's
we're
kind of
not going
like
to outskirts ourselves. Like, were you like, was the people worried about each other, like bringing, like,
no, it was kind of fucked up. Like to be honest with you, it was like right at this point too, like right when the riots cracked off, my friend Matt died right outside the dumpster of our apartment building, got beat to death by two random dudes. I don't know.
holy
But
fuck.
yeah, it was like dealing with that, and then all of a sudden the riots happened, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why is everyone dying all of a sudden? This is all happening like right now.
Apocalypse almost. Holy fuck, man.
So, you know,
Did
that and then
did you ever
what's that?
try like did you ever go on the street and try to like get the temperature gauge of what was really going on, or did you watch through the TV with your wife?
Well, no, like I could, all my friends like were in Uptown, so it was like
Yeah, they were
stores getting busted into of like owners that I actually know. I'm like, oh my
fuck.
god, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And
You're
then
seeing
like
it on
having it
top.
that close was like not okay.
Can you
And then
please
like
give us
what
a temperature gauge of what was going on with the civilians, the police, and what the real reality is that people misunderstand? Set the record straight for what you know misunderstood is like what really is real, because I won't speak for you. This is
it broke, like everything broke. Like there was no
do you think
cops
police
anymore.
were part of it? Because I mean, I know what New Orleans was. I know what I experienced from Katrina. I know your situation. What do you think was really going on? Is it like, what really?
It
Explain it.
was yeah,
Real fucking
it
shit.
was yeah, it was 4 months of mayhem was basically what it was.
4
So like
months
yeah,
your city was burning.
4 months of just anyone could do whatever they wanted.
Killing. Was it
Yeah.
martial law? I don't think it was it?
Well, no,
Okay, that's crazy they didn't even do that. It's fucking
but
nuts.
it was 4 months of anyone could do whatever they wanted.
At first, was it a positive, or did, like you said, the people were already beaten by the trash can, so you never got a political, your friends were telling you the gauge of everything right away.
Yeah, so like
Because you weren't living in that direct vicinity, right?
I wasn't in the literal like
Okay.
spot where it was burning. But if you like refer to my Instagram on a screenshot, you can see how close I actually am to, like, there was gun violence all up and down my street.
I'm gonna feature it in a future clip and actually showcase it on my Instagram, because I
Yeah,
can't
so
pull it up
like
from. But for real.
during this time, there was like a night, even I think on my Instagram, that I came home the next day and there was like crime lab right outside my apartment complex. 3 people got shot right outside my house. So it was like,
It's a war zone.
okay. You know, like,
Real.
yeah. So yeah, during this whole thing, now it's like lawless up here. Still, like, there's still not enough cops.
They
to
never
deal with.
came back to normal.
No,
Oh, that's
there's still stuff boarded up everywhere. Like,
really,
Mhm.
really, because
Yep.
that's clenching my soul right now. That's how Louisiana is. You still have everything fucking nightmarish, and the neighborhoods control each other. Police don't have any power, and there's certain people just control shit. What I have to ask, has the gangs and the situation changed even different? Can you please share the temperature gauge of drugs in the city you've left now, since there's probably a lot of depression there now, so people are like self-loathing and killing themselves because there's fentanyl addiction and shit
Yeah,
everywhere.
so the fentanyl things became a severe issue, like bad.
Back then,
Yeah, even
that's
back then.
hardcore to say. It was already on the fucking spot. Okay,
Yeah.
on the car.
So yeah, there's still a lot of problems with that. Like, even right now, there's still people obviously taking revenge over people selling bad fentanyl.
Huh?
Yeah, that's still a huge thing here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because
That
gun
just makes
violence in Minnesota has always been a thing. Like, they didn't call it Murderapolis for no reason. So I mean,
right.
yeah. So
Huh. Let me
yeah.
kind of ask something else too, because you're pro cannabis, are you not, sir?
Yeah.
And you have had prior conversations with me on other previous lives. I will tag videos that you've featured yourself in. That what do you feel is a positive or negative that it isn't legalized there yet? Because it needs to be in some way capacity. Because now fentanyl's in pills, and do you think cocaine? What do you think's the drugs that are the problem there? I know you can say everything, but let's be real.
Well, I mean, cocaine's always been a problem here.
But now it's late.
So yeah. So now pills, everything else it's hit the wall. But
Right.
hopefully this next year, there is already, I guess, some ballot that they're trying to get actual recreational marijuana here, which would be cool.
Okay.
They have made it to the point now where you can get edibles and stuff like that, but
Only
yeah, only edibles.
Is it no oil, tinctures?
Oh, I can get oil.
Just
I
nothing
can
you
get
can
oil.
smoke.
Yeah.
Not allowed to grow in your state?
Nope.
They'd kick your door in and be a little mad.
Yep.
Oh, those little bitches. My fucking good gracious. Oh God, we're clipping this. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Okay, so where are you in your mind coming from the fruitful valleys of Hawaii and knowing that, yes, meth is a problem out there? Because see, you reference it as what again? What is it called? Crystal there? I don't even know.
Oh,
It's
ice.
ice.
It's called
See,
ice.
I didn't even know that. I could, when people say they're on dope, I'm like, oh, what are they doing? And they're like, no, they're potheads. Like, they smoke too much weed. That happens here. People do refer to it in Colorado as dope. And I'm like, wait a second. So it confuses me. What is killing your friends and your family? And what is the ultimate drug of choice in your state now that is taking over people's, like, is like spice a problem? Are we dealing with Flocka? Have you heard of that shit? That's new.
Yeah. So I have a lot of friends that are in like I said, gang activity. So I still associate with a lot of them, to be honest with you.
Right.
They're older now.
Happening.
They don't really do stuff, but a lot of them they drink codeine.
Oh.
To be honest, a lot of them also Percocet.
Hey, those are long-term addictions now. Even like rappers are referring to it now.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
It's a lot of that. Cocaine is so frequent up here and cheap that you can literally just get it wherever. Meth, no, to be honest with you, I don't even know anyone that could even get me meth if I even wanted it.
That's interesting to say. We should clap, everybody. See, and that's fucking...
heroin either. I haven't seen heroin in my circle of friends. My friends don't do shit like that, to be honest with you.
Thank God that. But it is a flourishing thing in the communities of the homeless encampments and band. Boy, I'm gonna link just because I want to put context and maybe they can interview you in the future, because I don't know the name. I'm not going to say it right now, but I've seen a lot of people who have like people that will like almost take drug binges, and they'll leave good communities like where you're at, you know, and come to Minneapolis and fucking drug out for a few months and then go back and get on rehab and come back to the family and do it for a few months and then do it all over again. And it's fentanyl, it's heroin, it's pills, it's even prostitution. It's a hardcore reality that this is, and it's alcohol isn't the issue anymore. Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Is alcohol the issue in your area too? Like, I mean, the big time problems because of the fact it's cold and it's poor and it's depressing and it's systemic. Is it appropriate for me to say Black Lives Matter for that situation or no? Do you think that they made a mockery of it to actually?
Yeah, they did.
Because I think George Floyd should be really the hashtag for this.
I gotta keep it honest. Like,
yes, give your opinion.
I'm gonna speak freely about this topic.
Shut the fuck up. I appreciate
a lot of the violence that actually shows face up here is black on black violence. So like how is Black Lives Matter even a
more so gang?
Yeah, it's all gang violence.
Wow.
There's still a war between two gangs that trickles over from Chicago up here.
So that's really just being used as a media fucking tactic when the real problem is this little boy should have been treated a little bit fucking different. I just think that's where I get angry to this day. Kev's compassion that he was left in the street for so fucking long. Nobody should have been treated that way. I don't give a fuck. That's the problem, you know?
So unfortunately, a lot of people from Chicago move up to Minnesota to escape the violence in Chicago, but the violence still catches them up here. So it's nothing different. So we still have
the people probably same.
What's that?
Food. They're kind of related. Some of the people, like you said, if it's gang activity too, these are people who have cross connections. It literally is generational.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's is it the drugs that cause some of this problem? What do you think it is? Tell me the truth. What do you think it is?
Bad parenting.
Really, just fucking violence?
Bad parenting is really what the problem is.
Violence. I don't fucking believe in that, honestly, in this situation. Because it's gangs. They're gonna have it either way. You can't tell them not to have it.
But I mean, a lot of it is no guidance. A lot of these kids have no guidance.
That's a question.
What's that?
Is most of your state have Big Brother? Is there a lot of cameras?
No. There's no cheering for people up here.
So people aren't like fucking watching or caring or like if is your state the state? Correct me if I'm wrong, just so we can paint a picture for listeners. And if you're in another country, let me know on the podcast. Let me know on YouTube. So if anything he can answer in the future, he will. But to paint a picture, is your state the kind of state where police just kind of knock in the door and don't ask questions? And then it ends up causing problems. And then there's so much like brotherly love that a lot of the time never even gets reported. And then, like you said, there's bad parenting. So are we dealing with like an ongoing problem of children in the system? So then there's like social, what were we talking about on DJ Brex? We have people in the system. We have like
there's a huge issue with that up here.
Please paint a picture for the listeners.
So obviously gun violence is a thing because in our state we're allowed to have guns, like not freely, but There was a man murdered in his apartment that the police kicked in the door, and he pulled out a gun thinking that someone was robbing him, and the police shot him. So that's been like things that have been happening up here. There's a lot of people losing their life for no reason, just due to having a pistol, which is not a good scapegoat for a cop shooting someone, to be honest with you.
So it is police shooting a lot.
A lot of police kill people for no reason up here. It's been a thing.
Because I've seen a lot of videos, and I'm not able to reference right now, but just to kind of give reference to the situation of, like, do we blame it on the drugs? Do we blame it on bad training or whatever? That's not our question. We're not talking about that fucking shit. We're talking about the people that end up having mental health issues and end up in the street and have a gun or don't have a gun. And have assisted suicide with a fucking cop. That's a common thing in your state. I see it so much. It's scary. It's like a real everyday thing.
Happened to a dude I went to high school with named Bill Krachek. You can actually look him up. Yeah, he was.
So I can make
he was drunk one day because him and his wife got into it, I guess, and he is frequent for driving drunk. I don't know, but he got wasted, and he tried to pull away from a state patrol officer, and the state patrol officer shot him and killed him, and it's all on camera. So yeah, that's an actual thing.
And there's no justice for the family because it's all made out to look like he was the problem when, I'm sorry.
When the cop could have just let him drive away. I mean, like, he's in the middle of a cornfield. Who cares? Like, just let him drive. How far is he going to get? You know, like, he can hardly drive.
There's slow speed chase on the thing. Like, they don't shoot him right away. Like, it's, I hate to say that. They don't. There's so much. That's why I asked about the camera. So are your police don't have any oversight for the problems and it's just really political?
Yeah, now they do. After that white woman was shot in Minneapolis, the Australian white woman that was killed within the past like 2 years in Minneapolis. Ever since then, shit's tightened up.
That's freaking intense. Okay, so
I guess she got shot in her nightie. There was like a function that was going on like in the back of her house, and she called the police on them. Police pulled up. She walked outside. The cop shot her. So
this is unbelievable. No, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, the only reason I bring any of this up is to paint the picture of where you live. If ever you personally, sir, being a PI is a little different in what I'm about to ask you. So you can answer this the best way you feel.
Yep.
As a person who has had to be harder than the average white man in any black neighborhood, I say that pretty fucking good. Facts are, if a thing went down, you don't call the police, right?
No.
Because that was a waste of your fucking time to involve you with anything, right? Because they're not going to help most of the time. And why in hell do you need problems with any other problems? I don't bring problems on, that's what the attitude of your area. I know that because I know someone in Missouri. And it's the same fucking, even Michigan's the same attitude with that. Like, we don't bring problems here, You handle it yourself. So the only way to escape a lot of that shit is to move in those places.
Yeah. So that's my wife and I made the choice of we're not going to rent again. We're not going to stay in the city. We're not going to let's find a place where it's like a up and coming. But I didn't want to move into like a cookie cutter ass neighborhood. I was like, we need to find like some older part of a town,
right?
Which we actually did, which was dope. So I love it here. I have good property. I have a good sized garage.
And how long have you been in new existence? How many years?
No, this is my first year in this home.
Oh, so since your marriage. You bought it.
We bought it. We closed on it November 11th of last year.
Hell yes. Everybody, give them a damn freaking high five with that. That's something to be proud of. So,
Yeah,
so are
it's
you
good.
still in the trenches of PTSD moving from the city? Ha! Because it took me about
Yes.
4 years to get outside of hearing a tow truck, a truck that was like a, I don't know, a street sweeper, because I was in Los Angeles, or police.
The
And
only
we
way
used
I
to have
can.
a spot all the time, and it freaked me out. They would never say, and they're not supposed to say anything, but they would just be hanging on the outside of a fucking metal thing, right? Pull out, pull someone out who they were being a warrant for. That's a normal thing in the hood, you know? And I just couldn't believe it. It was amazing to me. So, like, you're how many years in that environment? Most of these people, I mean, the reality is you don't judge people, you care about where the fuck they stay at. That's not how it is. You don't give a fuck. But the whole facts of you coming out of that and having the stability now, what has been the most intense difference between those two lifestyles?
Sleeping has been
Ha!
like
Amen to that.
for I think for like almost a year I had to play like violent movies. I swear to God, like with car like chases and shit like that, just like
Your
ambulances
mind,
and shit to play,
you
just
needed to have
because
the
my
same.
brain couldn't go to bed. But now I'm fine. I can sleep like I can sleep down here with no lights on, no nothing on, everything dark and no noise.
Was the apartment
Perfect.
building the kind of place that you could hear
Everything.
everything? You could hear people yelling all the time, and the walls
Yeah.
clanking, and the smells of other people.
Yeah. So I try to
Take
like
that life.
explain. I try to explain to somebody
Please
like
give a pretty detail.
someone was trying to like compare like the Idaho 4 case to like something, and I was like, you can't hear evil all the time. And someone was like, please explain how like, but I can explain because I lived in an apartment and there was a couple that lived under us, and I never heard nothing from this couple ever. And then one night I hear the biggest blowout ever. And I'm like, God damn. And I hear the cops kicking their door. I'm like, holy shit, what is going on downstairs? Come to find out, chick's been beating up her man for like 4
What?
years in this apartment, kicking his ass, beating the shit out of him for like 4 years
She was
straight.
doing it
And
to
I
him.
didn't
She was beating
hear
him up.
nothing. Yep.
Oh, what a little crazy fucking. That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, and what's
You never
fucked
saw
up.
it on her? You never had that vibe? She's a fucking.
No, and I never heard it. And my wife did one night, and she's like, I called the motherfucking cops. Sounded like she was gonna kill him. And I'm like, huh? What the fuck are you
That's what
talking
that
about?
true crime moment. They chop people
Like,
up.
how
When
did
they're
I never hear?
crazy, they would like cook a man. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say that shit.
Yeah. I
That's
was
the
like, how
bar.
did I never hear this evil under me for
Did you want to
years?
move right after, or did you just
Well,
have
yeah,
to
it kind
stay
of
there?
put a bitter taste. But they moved out like shortly after. But like,
The same
and she,
closeness
oh, what's
that.
fucked up about it is since she called the cops on them one night that I didn't hear shit, and she called the cops on them like something like she's gonna kill him.
Right.
She got summons to court
Uh-huh.
for the domestic that night because she
Oh,
called the
gee.
cops, right? And when the court called her to like, or whoever the court advisor
Right,
like
the
that
clerk.
you get in contact with, or clerk,
Right.
she said, if this woman's trying to charge this man with anything, like I'm gonna run her under the fucking bus. Like I heard her beating the shit out of him. Like
Right.
this case is over.
Right.
Like he's gonna win. I'm just letting you know. And then she must have said something to the prosecutor, and then like a week later she got a call like they dropped the whole case and everything.
What?
Yeah.
That is corruption.
No, it's not
Wait a
corruption.
second.
That is great because the man got let go
Oh,
because
they
she
were
was
blaming
charging
it on
him.
him?
Yeah, she was charging
I didn't
him.
realize that. Oh shit. No, that's wow. That's intense though. Okay, so wow. And so okay, so you the whole time were
Yep.
commuting to this job in the city that was
Yep.
actually closer because you were living in this ghetto.
Okay, yeah. So
Ghetto.
all right, we're skipping a little bit forward. So when I was living with Wes, I was working downtown. And
Gotcha.
then I got set up for failure during a job for
Mhm.
them. We're moving a whole client site to one site to another.
Uh-huh.
And it was supposed to be like copy paste straightforward, like move the
Right.
servers.
Right.
But our head technician didn't realize that like all the accounts would be locked for everyone. So the next day when they all logged in, they couldn't log in to like the whole system and shit. So like after we made the
You
move,
were
I was
raised.
up for 36 hours moving all these clients, right?
Right.
36 hours straight in an office, moving all this shit. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So the next day we have a meeting with the exec because the people couldn't get in. So they all had to take the day off of work, which kind of like fucked up our whole like shit.
Right.
And they basically ran me under the bus. And I was kind of like pissed about it undercover because I was like, your sysadmin should have had all this shit ready. Like, this
Yeah,
isn't
it
my
wasn't part of
problem.
your job.
Right.
Got it.
Not my job to be there for 36 hours doing all
No.
this shit. So I got kind of mad and I was like, whatever, like rubbed it off, like
Right.
sat back at my desk, worked the whole day. And then like just the last like 2 hours of the day, I was on a phone call with a customer that was in Brazil. So it
Uh-huh.
was kind of like hard to understand them because
Right.
they speak Portuguese. So I'm like trying to like navigate this person through fixing their problem.
Exactly.
And Angela, which would have been my boss at that point, I don't know how she fucking got the job there. She must have faked it to fucking make it all the way in that bitch because she was like the
Obvious,
worst
huh?
boss ever and she didn't know shit about shit. So like she's pounding on the glass for my cubicle.
Your office. Yes.
Yeah. She's pounding on the glass, trying to yell at me while I'm on the phone with somebody trying to fix their issue. Right.
Unprofessional as fuck on her end.
So I calmly, very calm,
Please
turn around and I look at her and I'm like on the phone and she's like ugly face, like end the phone call.
Okay.
And I'm like,
no.
So I'm sitting there.
You're
my
saying
conversation.
No?
Yeah.
All right,
so I'm finishing my conversation with dude because I'm like,
I'll let you know when
at this point,
right. Got
yeah,
it.
I'm hitting it off with dude. Like we're talking, like he's figuring out, we're good. Like I'm gonna fix this shit.
Right.
So literally, once the phone call ends, I look back at her, and she was like red in the face, and I remember slamming my laptop head down, grabbing my laptop, putting it in my bag, walked up to her when I opened my cubicle, said, fuck you. Basically, I didn't really say fuck you. I think I said some other shit, like go fuck yourself or something. And
right.
I started out that bitch and never went back. They called me like multiple times. I just walked out, never went back. And then I decided.
Chew you out?
What's that?
Did she just want to chew you out?
Yeah.
She wasn't planning to fire you or anything? I would have been like, fuck you, I quit. Don't even ask. That's what I would have said.
No, she just wanted to bicker at me more after I already got chewed out by a whole like squad of people. So
demasculate you. That's what it was. That's some fucking sick shit right there. Okay. So, and professional on her end. No ethics right there.
Yeah. So I left that day.
So it changed the course of something. Here we go.
Yeah. So I left that day and I realized that I don't need to do that anymore. So for 4 years after that, I worked out of my garage painting cars and rebuilding cars for 4 years straight. Which was cool because my rent was cheap when I lived with Wes, real cheap. and plus all the studio shit going on in the house,
You
and
were
being able
money.
to do car shit was more
Yep.
than enough to pay my bills.
Right.
And
And you're
uh,
learning skill on top of that, perfecting
well, I
it.
already had the skill. I had worked on cars like my whole entire life as a kid. Like my uncle taught me like a whole bunch of shit when I was young. Like
That's huge for when
I
your
spent
dad.
a lot of time with him. Taught me everything about guns and cars. So, yeah, I did that, and then yeah, I worked basically under the table for 4 years in stack cash. And
Holy
then,
shit! That taught you like major business right there.
yeah,
Into fucking hustle,
and then
networking. You
like
weren't
I
in
said, the
school at
whole
the time.
nope, the whole girl came along thing, and
Uh-huh.
then Wes and I were like, yep. Wes is very independent man,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't like girls flocking around the house too often because he likes to stay to his grindstone, which I
Like
understand.
man
Yep. So he was like, "Nah, I'm good." So I moved out on a good note.
Mm-hmm.
So her and I moved into that shitty apartment together after that, and then we bought this, and now coming full circle into things,
Please.
I guess we can move on from the past
Yes. I was gonna.
things.
This is where all the plot happens. But I do still have to ask regarding those previous musical connections and all. Is there anyone you would want to regroup with? Is there any way that you could remaster those tracks that I will do? Am I allowed on this public forum? It's like signing a document. We're visually agreeing. Can I do some reactions of your awesome stuff in the next 2 months if you're gone?
You can do whatever you want.
Because I'm
I
gonna
already said that.
take shit out of your awesome. Of course, I'll talk over it, but it'll be positive because, like, I want to point out how lyrically, unless there's some things you want to point out specifically, but lyrically, the past music you've done has got to be like, you got to remix it now with your vibes now. So please do share in regards to where you are home wise. Are you going to build this studio up to a new place of glory?
No, so
Where you're
I actually have
This
a
isn't
studio
only-
I go to. I don't have to
Uh-huh.
record at home, which is great.
Gotcha.
So that's a good thing. That I have access to really anytime that I want, which is fucking sick. It's not in the best neighborhood, but hey, it's fine.
Hey.
But I have access to a studio that actually gives me more access to creative activities instead of me being stuck in my own like behavior that I could do here. There's plenty of toys and plenty of stuff for me to get out of the way. It is a Logic Studio, so it is a learning curve for me, but I mean, a dot is a dot. You'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
So
well, are you
as far as music, what's that?
Are you still writing now? Are you about to on this journey? Do you want to explain to people real quickly, and we'll move on from that? So at the end of this, I can ask my funny questions about what your goals are and shit like that. but and we're not ending it now. Hell no. This is just getting into the diving board. It's like you filled up a pool. Have you ever filled up a pool? Let's have that moment. It's a metaphor. You ever filled up a fucking above ground pool?
No.
First off, it fucks your fingers up like a mechanic job. Okay. It really does. First off, you hurt yourself a few times. By the time you get it filled up, you get a bill for $400. That's not even you're happy for that. Whatever. You got the water. But it might take like 12 hours. So, like, in this process of the 2 months you're going to be going away, please share with the guests.
Okay. So.
And all the things.
Right,
and I'll be right back. I'm here though.
No, you're good. Yeah. So
start with the why, the when, the how. We did it like that in elementary.
First things. Fuck. How do I even go into this?
You need to. It's important to add to the capture of the then and now. We are Tweety birds. We're creative people. We jump back and forth.
Okay.
But this is positive to share.
So as of right now, I am not writing any music. I've been working on a lot of beats, probably more due to me being on YouTube. So I can use my own stuff and not get hit by a copyright strike. So
That's
basically,
very intelligent.
I do have other people also working with me. Ross is still around. Yes, the dude that had the whole studio in his basement, the skateboard kid. Yep, I still fuck with him till this day. He makes dope ass music. He also has a sick ass channel that he reviews guns, and I will share that link eventually. But he actually goes all in. He has eye cameras for like the actual, like, he goes into every, he has a quite extensive gun collection, and he is a very good gun reviewer. So for you
That's
women out
fun.
there,
I will share the hell out of
that,
this link.
yeah, that need a compact pistol that you want to put in your purse, he will review it for you to tell you if it's a good pistol or not. Like,
Oh, heck
it's that type of guy.
yeah.
So yeah, Ross is a solid
That's
ass dude.
fabulous.
Yeah. So as far as YouTube stuff, I never even thought I would add a YouTube channel in the first place. Never would have thought I would have even been here to even get an interview by anyone, to be honest with you. I
Right.
thought I was going to live my cold, quiet ass life out here and not doing anything, and then just being the guy in the background, like, oh, I'm going to make this beat for whoever or whatever I want to do. Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm gonna try to
It's
start writing
positive.
more. As far as right
Positive is
now,
anything you've put out there. Oh, I'm
I don't
sorry.
have positive music. I
It
don't
it has
think.
a feedback. No, hold on. Stop it. You do have positive music. The beats that are even don't have lyrics too are powerful. The outro, the intro, I'm gonna link it indefinitely what we talked about here. But ultimately, everything you've put out in the past was not for a mistake. Everything you did with
No.
your group, even though you were even like doing lives, those are all worth giving some homage to. So I don't think there's anything wrong with you coming on YouTube and this interview and whatever you like. The Twitch, that's something you need to touch on. Like this is, how long have you been doing that?
Not long.
First off, and what games do you love? These are questions I have.
Okay, so
Only say, you know,
to be
just
honest
saying
with
it.
you, like I said, I've always been into like PC games. I've always been into PC games. Like I said, my stepdad bought a PC way back in the day when they were probably super fucking expensive. And I remember, like, I think it was like
Yeah,
the first Metro,
900,
like the first
2000.
Metro game. Like, it was like a top, like almost view, like side view, and it was like super crappy looking. I remember like playing it because I got in a whole bunch of drama one summer. I remember like getting in a fist fight with a bunch of like neighborhood kids at a park, and like I knew like if I was outside during the summer, I'd probably like catch an ass whooping somewhere. So I was like,
Stay inside.
probably just gonna stay inside for a while. And I remember like the whole summer I like vegged out on this game, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. And then
You
like,
play alone mostly?
like yeah, I didn't play games like
Was
after
your
that.
sister
I was
into
like,
it?
nah.
Yeah.
My sister, the only game that I remember her playing with me was like on a Super Nintendo or something, like GoldenEye, like back in the
And
day.
your dad wasn't into that stuff?
My dad was actually into games.
Okay, so was he like
M-
your friend more like?
No,
Dad, when you
my
went out?
dad actually likes. My dad's still not my friend.
That sucks.
To be
I'm
honest.
actually surprised by that.
No, my dad
I-
is like, okay, no, he's my
Hold on.
friend. Like, I
Hold
actually
on.
get
Let me
along
ask
with
this
my
the right
father.
way.
Okay.
Let me ask this the right
Uh,
ways because I don't want to misinterpret my question. But it seemed like initially because of your mother's situation, and then to be close to your father because of all the weirdness, and even him sending away, that had to be hard to get really, really close back to him after all that. And then obviously what you're saying now is that kind of stem from it.
okay, let's put a happy ending to the parent thing and like
No,
the
it's no
past.
negativity.
No,
No
no, no. Let's
negativity.
actually be like a
Positive.
happy
Just
ending.
need to be
Okay.
real.
So
Right.
happy ending to everything on the parent side of stuff is my mom
Right.
has survived cancer twice. Um, she's
What kind
still
of
surviving. She has started drinking alcohol again, which is understandable after cancer twice. But
course?
she was sober for 15 years, something like that.
Powerful.
So
She's a
14, 13,
survivor of what
13
type of
years.
cancer?
Cervix
Oh my goodness.
and
That's hardcore.
breast.
And
Yeah, she has
breast.
both of her breasts removed.
My mother had that too. Did she have a mastectomy and a
Yeah,
reconstruction?
yeah. And now she has boobs again, which is tight. No nipples
Yes.
though, but she's
But did
happy
she
with
have?
them.
Hey, that's how my mom was. Hell yeah, she didn't give birth. Never had to wear a bra. Hey, people who are in the survivor community would understand. Was your mom?
Yeah,
Did she go through radiation and everything else?
yeah. She went through radiation. She did
Oh
the
my
whole nine.
gosh. Was
Yeah.
she remarried by that point to have the support?
No.
Or...
So my mom actually stayed single during this whole time.
That's hardcore. I
Yeah,
respect it.
and
That's what my mom. I can so relate. But please
and
share. I'm gonna mute myself.
what's also great about her is she worked this whole time while she had cancer.
Oh my god, the treatments and the surgery.
She had a good like deal because she actually lived in like a apartment building with like older folks, but it wasn't like an old home. Like people were
Mhm.
still young that lived there, but
Mhm.
she worked there too. So she got free rent and she could work at like her own pace while she had cancer. So it was
That's
kind of
so
like her
huge.
vibe because she didn't want to like be the hermit, like, oh, I'm just dealing with my pain and I'm stuck at home.
I
She
understand that.
she wanted to like do stuff, which was
Has she always been a like a survivor in that
yeah.
attitude
So
about
like
fuck
when
it, I'll be
she was
okay?
sober during like this whole time was like when
Mhm.
I like holy crap, she's actually doing it. But
Right.
she picked up smoking the weed, and I
Really?
think that pretty much saved her life twice in a row.
100%. Did
Yeah.
they give her a certain amount of months to live and she survived?
No, I think she was canceled from the rap like when she first had breast cancer.
So it went to her lymph nodes and everything?
Yeah, I think she was
Oh my
done.
God, we have such similar situations. My mom was given 6 months to live and lived 9 because of fucking cancer and
Yeah.
her
My mom's still
cannabis.
here. So
See? Does she use cannabis still?
yeah. Yep. Till this day.
See? The research has proven that it eats the cancer cells and that it's like an anti-miracle grow, because what cancer really is the miracle grow inside of us that we naturally all have in the DNA. Some have it more than others, but when you use that's been proven to help with cancer cells. So, and like quite literally, do you remember your mom being like bald and all the other things that
Oh yeah, I shaved
usually
her head.
Hell yes, sir. You understand. Man, so all the times you've already let your mom go, all the times you had to make peace with the
Mm.
shit that went down, all the times, oh man, what songs are
So
related to your mom? Because I know there's got to be some little bit of trenches in there. What
oh
songs?
okay. No, we're not gonna go
Sorry,
there.
I'm not wrong, am I?
No, you're
My
not.
intuition's
So
screaming at. I'm like, shut up. I'll tell him. Holy
she's good
shit,
now.
sir.
She has an apartment. She has 2 cats. She hangs
Okay.
out. She actually
She's single?
lives in the she's dating a guy from high school.
So okay, all right. So that other fucked up marriage ended. The guy who beat her and you
Yep,
wanted to
he's
slap
gone.
him silly and he beat you
Yeah,
instead
he's gone.
is
He
gone.
can't
What a
beat me
great
now.
story.
Yep.
That's a good story. Okay, go on.
So yeah, so she's good. She's living her life. She lives in an apartment that my actual sister is the lease manager for, which is what's
So
up.
she's
Um,
close.
yep.
Oh, it's awesome.
So that's good. My dad is actually doing fantastic. He's been sober since I think shortly after I left Hawaii when I was a kid.
That's amazing they're both alive. I'm so proud to hear that because with all the
He is,
fucking things they went through, like shit, you don't need any more tragedies. We don't need any more drama.
yeah, he's
Jeez, and they live in different places now, right?
yeah, he's in Hawaii still doing real estate.
Oh,
Um,
that's always great. That's a good career to have. He's a smart
he
man.
yeah, he is suffering from the skin cancer,
Oh no, he
unfortunately.
has cancer too?
Yeah,
Jesus.
he has skin cancer.
Okay. That's
Uh,
stressful
yeah. So I
because
mean,
on
there's
your
things.
end, again, you had to make peace with his bullshit then too. Because it's
Yeah.
like you can't when you're dealing. Listen, anybody who understands, I don't care if it's not even cancer, it could be anything. When you go through, were you ever a caretaker for either of them?
Yeah. I
Both
took
of
care of my
them?
mom the whole time. Yep.
And your dad when he had nobody else there?
My dad has his wife. He doesn't like
Okay, so but you understand the caretaker analogy of like it's like if your mom was on treatment, she might have been throwing up. So the cannabis, when that was a
oh
real
yeah.
thing, did it become something
Oh yeah.
normal for you,
I mean,
young, to smoke with her and to like roll it up for her and be like, it's okay, I'm here,
oh
I'll get you
yeah,
some.
no. It's Minnesota. She can't get weed.
Right,
I had to get it for her.
right,
So like
right. I did
it's
too since I was 12. Since I was fucking 12. That's
so
not even
yeah,
a
that was a
lie.
lot of
And I never was
yeah.
really smoking. I quit when I was 15 because I had it laced with angel dust, and that scared the shit out of me. But that it's funny that you would think I Miss Chronic Chronicles quit. Yeah, I quit until I was 21 and then need it for mental health reasons. Do you wonder if it helps your PTSD and anxiety? Because, dude, there's
Mm.
no way you can tell me. I've heard you say it publicly. Nope, I might be wrong. I'm not a doctor. But, dude, you are stable as fuck. And
Yeah.
you're a Libra. You judge yourself before anybody else. You have already
Um
written it down in your own head, your judgment of whatever the fuck is going on. So I know that the world doesn't bother you in that way, but your own traumas, like losing people and shit, like, are you
um
spiritual? Are you
no.
spiritual? No. You're not
No.
religious.
No.
Okay. Is anyone else in your family try to indoctrinate you so you've like kind of went through moments
No.
or no?
Uh-uh.
Okay, so you're a
Uh-uh.
free thinker. I like
Yeah.
this. And your trauma. So how has your wife been the main? There was a lot of weird situations before that though. You've got friends, your
Mhm.
mom. Have you ever like broken down when you've dealt with your mom's? How long has she been suffering with cancer again? How long?
I mean, pretty much
Off
my
and
adult
on.
life.
What was the,
My
what
whole
was
entire adult life, pretty much since I've been 20 years old, she's been dealing
since she
with it.
was 20 years old? Okay.
Since I was 20.
Got you. And how do you fucking do it, dude? Explain it. Because other people out here are
Uh,
dealing with their own thing. As a caretaker,
I mean,
I
I
don't
do
know
have a lot
anything
of
different.
stresses. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I had gray hair at 22 years old.
I was 16 when I
Uh,
had it, so go on.
yeah. So, like
Yeah,
full like
no.
um I don't know. I don't know how I deal with it, to be honest with you. Uh
Even the way
my
you
wife
you're not high strung, like I'm an honest fucking anxiety case over here. But you hide it so fucking great, Shay Darker. That's a fact.
yeah,
It's
I
it's
don't
like a
think it's
weird positive that you have, but then I'm like your art needs to be seen because you're so freaking inside. There's so much there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've just learned after I think everything that I deal with or dealt with in my past to
Mm-hmm.
just like, and I want to almost say like growing up in Hawaii or being around Hawaii as a kid kind of made me
Mm-hmm.
like a little different, I think, than someone that
Please
maybe
elaborate.
grew
That's a real thing.
because time is slower there and no one's in a rush to do anything. Uh like you go to the grocery store and people are chatting and not like in a hurry to leave. Um it's just a whole different vibe. It's not like a
Mm-hmm.
oh buddy's digging himself in. Um it's not like a city rush
Right.
where uh you just want to get in and get out or get your gas and you're all like anxious to leave or
Elite
like do
coping
anything.
skills.
Yeah. So I mean like
A different way. Your
I don't
parents,
know.
are they different personalities? And like, who do you take up after, your mom or your dad? That's a question.
My mom is a good indication, I guess, of who I am, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But my dad's like chill and
So
like
your mom's your brain,
no, my
and
mom is like my like
the
how
way
I
you look.
am,
Oh,
but
oh,
my
okay. How you are.
dad is yeah, what's
In
up
your
in here, I
brain.
guess. Yeah.
Huh. Okay, and are either of them artistic?
My dad is very artistic.
In what way?
Uh in the weirdest way possible, to actually be
Or
honest with
share.
you. If you were to see his home and
Uh-huh.
like his landscaping to his house, you'd be like, you're fucking joking me right
Wait,
now.
wait, 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 wait. Is it AstroTurf? Don't tell me that.
No, it's
Okay, then paint a
beautiful.
picture. Oh, he's like
You ever walked
with
into a
roses and stuff?
rainforest? You ever walked into a rainforest in Hawaii?
Well, yes. What am I thinking? Why am I
Yeah,
thinking
that's what his
AstroTurf?
house feels like. There's just
I
plants
was thinking a
everywhere.
condo and like a fucking glass house. That's what I was thinking.
No, this motherfucker lives in like the most beautiful house I've ever seen in my life.
Does he
Like
make
I'm
you
not even
strive
joking.
harder? Is your dad the pusher?
No, his wife is actually the pusher.
Okay. Do
She
you
she
consider
goes
her like
hard.
a Oh, for that. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, no, she's good as hell. Like she's the best thing that ever happened to him.
I think
Like
that's
that's
lovely.
part of the reason why he I think got sober.
So
Uh,
he is totally clean.
yep.
His cancer's gone right now.
Yeah, he got some new stuff removed, but yeah, I think he's
Okay.
good.
He's in
Uh,
remission. Cheers
yep.
to that one, everybody. And your sister's doing great. We don't need to really elaborate too
Yeah,
much.
oh, yeah,
Oh,
about
go
my
ahead.
sister. Yeah. My sister lives in the hood.
Oh, no, no. Right
Um,
now? Don't say that.
yeah, but she
In the
lives in
in the
no, she
COVID
lives
times. Jeez, I'm
okay,
primitive.
so I can explain how this works. Yeah, okay, in
Please do.
Minnesota,
I'll shut up.
all right, in Minnesota, in North Minneapolis, there's like sections that are okay to live in, and then there's like sections that are not okay to live in. She lives in a section that's beautiful. She probably has like a house that's worth like 650K.
Yeah.
And she has 4 kids that stay with her. She has 3 by herself.
Uh-huh.
She has a boyfriend. That's great. He's
That's
into
awesome.
like he makes commercials and shit, so he's doing well.
That's
Uh,
wonderful.
yeah, life is good, and they're up here. Um,
So you've
yeah,
got your family now. You're not so spread out. Besides your dad, does your dad get
yep,
to come and see you at all, or has
yeah. He comes all the time.
COVID affected any of that? Was he
Oh
ever
yeah,
affected by any of that?
COVID was a huge problem, but he comes here like once every 2 years.
Do you want to share your experience with COVID? I know you've shared it. It's so intense. I feel like you should.
because we shared how
Okay.
much you love your lovely wife. We have
All
to.
right.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
have to. You can poke it. You can say no.
So 2019, I think, was the first time I left Hawaii, came back home with COVID. Um, I was laid out for like 7 days straight. Thought I was gonna die. Thankfully, I was smart and stayed in my guest bedroom at the apartment and did not infect my wife because she never got it. Um,
Huge.
yeah. Made it after that just fine, no COVID. And then once COVID was actually a thing, my wife was actually working as a surgical technician for LASIK
Okay.
company.
Yeah.
And she actually got COVID from being at work and then brought it home. And I got it that time. And it was the worst experience I think I ever had in my life.
Did you think you were
She
gonna
got it.
die?
Yeah, there was like one or a couple, well, one or two, I think a couple nights that it was risky because she had completely different symptoms than I did.
Oh wow.
Hers was like chest, coughing, headache, respiratory, like junk coming out.
Right.
Me is I just had a massive migraine and I was sick to my stomach for 7 days straight, puking.
Ah. Lose a
And I
lot of weight,
literally
I'm
thought I
sure.
was, yeah, I lost all my weight. I thought I was going to die, actually, to be honest with you. I think it was like
Was your
day
wife
9.
freaking out?
Yeah, she'd been freaking out. It was like day 9. She started doing like better, and I started getting worse. So
Right.
basically, we swapped like symptoms. So she was sick for only like a day with like the stomach like flu feeling.
Right.
And then I got like full blown chest and like the whole COVID like over again. So I was
Did
like
you guys
laid
go
up
to the
for like a
ER?
month. No, hell no. Like I ain't going there unless I'm like really about to think it's a wrap.
Right.
So I was just kind of like dealing with it. And then it like randomly just like passed, but it was weird because like I had lingering problems after that. Got a blood clot in my leg,
Oh
like super
no.
random and weird. Yeah, I couldn't walk like right for like a while and shit was weird. I like went in the shower one morning and I was like, wow, why is my leg so swollen? And I was like, I should probably go to the
No, it
hospital.
wasn't just like
I
feet
finally
or
went.
anything. It was full swollen. Oh no.
Yeah, I finally went.
That's
And
terrifying.
then dealt with that. And then I
Yep.
got it again.
No. You know what
Yeah.
should make you do? I'm gonna say it. You need a standing desk, dude.
Yeah, I got it again.
Oh, we need to get you on a fucking yoga ball and all that bitch.
Yep, I got it
It's the
again, but
only
it
way to
wasn't as
keep it away,
bad.
because that's some scary shit. I had strep for 12 months and I ended up buying one of those leg things, like, you know, the squeezer things. I was like, I am gonna fucking end up having this shit. Any little thing, it scared the shit out of me. That's a scary thing to go through. And you're technically, how old are you when it happened?
Oh, it wasn't that long ago.
Like in your 30s. So you're like going, no.
38.
COVID, you can't kill me. And no. You're not fucking gonna give me this blood clot that could kill me or fucking make
Yeah.
me. God, man. Fuck,
So
lemon water.
that was the thing. And
Lemon
then
water breaks up fucking clots, by the way, people.
yeah,
Just
and
saying.
then at the same time,
Right.
which is messed up, before I got it the last time, I went on vacation with my wife to Florida, and my brother was actually in Florida,
Right.
and he was hospitalized the whole time with a blood clot
Jeez.
and the same shit. I was like, what the hell? And he made it through. He's good, but he actually had to like get cut open in the whole
I
like
was going to
tube in
ask
his
you if you had to
stomach
have a
and
surgery because I know
nah.
there's sometimes medication they give you.
Yeah,
Other times
I had
they tell you to
thinners.
massage your fucking legs and shit.
That
It's
too.
scary.
Yeah, I had thinners, but
Yeah.
he was
Nobody wants
different.
that experience ever.
But yeah, the third time was different. Like, it made my body hurt. So before, like, there was aches and stuff, but like, I was
Right.
fucked up for like a week, like, where my body just hurt and my head hurt and everything just hurt, and I was like, what the
And when
hell
was
is
that?
going on with me?
This is 3 times you've had it now.
Yeah, and that
It
was
makes
the
me
test
scared that I
positive.
did have it, and it's just such a horrible thing because I felt like I was dying. I literally was like, I might not wake up. That's how bad it was. I hope I
Yeah,
wake up.
so
I really
like,
hope I wake up. You know? Shit.
now I feel good, like, but it is a thing, and anyone that has ever had the Delta strain of COVID would say with me that's probably the worst experience you're gonna have in your life. I don't see it getting much worse than that.
Has it changed you as a human? Have these experiences?
Kind of makes you reevaluate things.
Yes.
That something can kind of just like come out of nowhere and take you like that.
Then your
Because like
walks that
I've
you
had bad
released,
flus.
the walks you
Yeah, I've had
released on
bad flus
YouTube
where I'm
need to keep happening so you don't get any more fucking blood clots. You take those
but yeah.
fucking walks, you update us, they're health walks. No, bad
But
flus
yeah,
are shitty, but throwing up's one thing. If you're not a person that like, if you're not, no. Unless you're a good drinker, that's what I'll say. If you're able to
yeah,
throw up and like stand, other than that, this shit's no. Nobody wants to fucking have the body chills or the body pain, or like you said, like eating again. I mean that. Wow. And so were you and your wife sick with the COVIDs? The differences
together.
together. That's my question.
Together. Yeah, the whole
Always.
time.
Oh my God, you
Yeah.
gotta take care of yourself, and one's worse than the other. You're
And
checking on her, she's checking on you.
I,
That's rough.
most people, I would like to say, like, I heard a lot of relationships didn't work after COVID. Um, ours was just fine. It wasn't nothing different.
Right.
I mean, the only thing that she got mad about was just hearing me puke nonstop, I think, for 9 days straight or something like that.
Did you get to a point where you're like throwing up blood or anything? Or are you just like, where's it
No,
from?
like like everything hurt, but like,
Oh God. What is your advice for people who go through COVID? Did you get it to know like right away? Or what do you tell people?
oh,
I
you'll know right away when you have it. You'll know like something ain't right.
never got
You'll know.
pneumonia.
Yeah, I have.
You did?
Hmm.
Damn.
As a kid.
No. I'm saying through this COVID thing. Did you get
Oh
pneumonia?
no. I
So you don't
probably
have any
did.
long term, you think, or possibly do you
Well,
think
I
you do?
mean, I still smoke, so I mean,
No, I'm talking about since COVID. Have you had long term bullshit? Do you feel like a different person? Everybody I talk to who's had COVID, like that had it more than once,
um,
says they're like, I got whammed to the point I don't fucking know my body anymore. Like, not the blood clot's probably example of it. That shit's fucking
mm,
long term systemic COVID bullshit. That is 100% underlined right there. Blood clots, 100%.
I don't know. I've always been semi-conscious, I guess, of my
Good.
health. So like, if something's wrong with me,
Right. Like,
I'll
do your
do
lungs
something
hurt
about it. No,
differently since then? Oh, good. Thank
no.
fucking God. You don't have that shit. Or headaches? Have
Uh,
you gotten more of those?
wow.
It's like
No,
fatigue. That's the other one. I've heard a friend in Cali.
but a lot of
She's got
I have
chronic fatigue now. It sucks.
I have a lot of muscle like problems. I feel like
We're gonna get you a hot tub. You need a
Yeah.
hot tub. You need to go in the fucking
No,
ball, yoke
uh,
ball, and make that damn music for us. I know you're not doing it at home, but shit, you gotta feel better.
a, a lot of
In a game.
muscle stuff.
Right.
I mean, I could
Well,
just account it to being old. Just 'cause I'm fucking
no.
old now.
Well, you are in a colder climate. You're always fucking cold. Is that a fireplace
Always
behind
cold.
you
Yes,
that
it
you
is.
have? I think it is. Is it kicked? Is it really kicked? Your fireplace
It's kicking.
is kicking. I just
It's
bought some
kicking.
fucking slippers the other day, and I'm so happy I did some house slippers. In our weather, we have to have that shit. Like there's certain things, and all we know about you in the interwebs is that these days. So please fill in the blanks. That these days you shovel a lot of fucking snow, but um, and you work a lot and you game when you can. And so,
Yep.
like, what's the example of what you want to start sharing or not sharing? How's that? Don't
All right.
delete YouTube.
Um,
You're not allowed to, even if you don't do shit
so
there.
the gaming thing,
Yeah.
I love playing video games always. I like survival video games out of everything. I don't care about like the Call of Duties and like the yeah, I don't know, like the super hyped up games. I like kind of the chill PC games that I can kind of play maybe with some friends and kind of just vibe out and not take much stuff seriously. I like
Okay. Here's a segue.
yeah.
I have to say it. You don't take things seriously. So, what was this Bong song featuring SF? Rex?
Oh,
Fucking
okay.
Bong.
So I can explain. All right. So SF
And
Rex.
I will feature it another time visually, but please explain it so they'll get excited when I link it.
Oh, I can explain the hell out of this song.
Please.
All right. So SF Rex. Let me explain SF Rex. They're two brothers. They are from, well, actually, two brothers and another guy, also named Kyle. They're from San Antonio, Texas, and they came up here for a while. We basically hunkered down, figured out that all was like making the same type of music, and there was
That's
one
fucking
night.
weird that they came from Texas and they came with the Bong song. I'm sorry, I have to say that. That's some funny shit.
We have other songs together besides the Bong song. But
Okay, I
like,
will
more
link
serious
those.
songs. Yeah, we have more serious songs. The Bong song happened because we're all in a studio, had a dope ass bong in there. Like, I mean, I don't know, probably like a $400 bong or something. Like fucking dope ass bong.
Was it pretty and elaborate with its
Yeah,
glass?
yeah. It was like one of those like super dope, like triple percolator like yeah, like super sick. I was like, yeah, this motherfucker's fired. Yeah. And then during the session at the studio, it broke. It just hit the ground randomly.
That's the worst freaking moment.
Like
Is
it
that why
like
the song
like it was
you
on.
share it. You share coughing, you share the sound of the bong clanking. Oh my gosh.
It was like on like one of the things where like the monitor speaker was, and it was probably like rattling around up there for a while. And then it slowly like worked its way off, and then it just fell on the ground. And all of us looked at each other like,
I'm sorry, I have an Oreo in my mouth. We're talking about bongs
and that night that the bong died was the night that we actually stayed there and rest in peace our bong by making it a song.
It's an epic song, guys. You will love it. I will link it. I have a very good question. Let's see here.
But everyone was sitting right there, so everyone was kind of blaming each other for breaking the bong. But I think we know that like rattling of items will push the bong over. I didn't do it.
It was
I
immortalized.
was actually
in that
on the
song.
other side of the room. I didn't do it.
That's freaking epic. Your Grimy features Mun song.
Oh,
You remember that one?
about that guy.
I born a king in a class of mortality. That one's interesting. And then what's the biggest misconception people have about you? What's the misconception?
Hmm. A lot of people think I'm arrogant, to be honest with you.
You are a man of mystery. But what do people not know about you? Like, what is the misconception? They think one thing. You're not just a geek, I'll say that one.
Oh no, I got the biggest damn heart ever. Like, a lot of people might think that I'm just like, I don't know, dead to things, which I kind of am, because I kind of have to
They're
be.
turned off
But
from your name. That's what it is. They're judging you by your name. It's not an emo name.
no, but I'm actually like, if you actually get to know me, I'm the nicest damn person in the goddamn world. I'll talk to you about anything. If you ever need to fucking throw shit at somebody,
You gotta go follow
I
him.
probably have dealt with it in my time. So I mean, like, shit, I'm down to talk to
Follow
whoever.
him on Twitch, and you can ask him questions in the comments and get to know him even more. He his random self building shit, like he says. You like to build your shit, right? And
No, I don't like any of the
games,
social
I don't
media.
even understand them. I like watching. I'm so fine with being in the
You
background.
watch them? You
I
actually
do.
watch them?
I do,
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
I usually am
Okay.
doing things. You get me like doing my dishes. Thank you for that. My kid thanks you for that. And he's like, "What are you watching?" And I'm like, "Nothing." But still, he kind of watches it. So, it's not bad. It's family friendly.
No. Oh yeah, but the video game stuff. Yeah, no, I love it. I like playing them. I like escaping from reality. And now that I have like a place that I don't have to talk to anyone if I don't want to. I don't have to pick up my phone. I don't have to do
Right.
anything. I don't have to. I'm just here. I don't have to go to work if I don't want to. I can
Right.
be. It's quite different than what I was dealing with before. Once I hit my later 30s, I've realized life's too short to deal with dumb shit.
Completely. You're your own
And
boss because you didn't want to fucking deal with that lady yelling at you ever again.
oh yeah, no, I work for a company still, but ain't no one yelling at me
No,
like
so I'm
that
saying, but
ever
like
again.
you're your own boss. You're not an underman in that way.
No.
Like, I don't mean literal, but you make music when it's on your set time.
Mhm.
You focus on what feels right in that moment. He will support you guys if you are making great things. He will fucking duck out if you're a waste of his time. That's what he's saying in the nicest way. And ultimately, like, you don't use YouTube to make yourself buy your bread. You don't use it for the gaming channel. You use it, actually, I'm going to call you out. You use it for fucking self-promoting a vlog channel, technically, with
Well,
small vlogs. And that's like a docu-series that can roll into you really like showing yourself producing in the studio or writing down a beat or just any of that. I hope you do share that, because I know you're telling us, and maybe I misunderstood, but your wife does not support the energy of that. Could you just be online with it, or she doesn't want you to? So this is a one-time shot. If you want to support the music he's put out there, he's basically saying, fucking help him out.
I got to work on that in my own time. She
That's what
doesn't
I'm
want
saying. He's got to work
to.
with the lady in the house right now so that he can. I wish you could collab with her. I mean, make it all work. Should be the face of your
Yeah.
awesome. No,
So
but go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, actually wanted to actually touch on the Twitch and the YouTube.
Please do.
I
Please
I
touch.
might actually just take a good hiatus probably from all of it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Just I have a lot of stress right now, so I'm like, it is a good little escape, but I think I need to kind of just prioritize on my real life real quick
Mm-hmm.
before I duck out this mug. So yeah,
Right.
if anyone actually how can I explain this?
You should follow, but don't expect shit. That's is that the kindest way to say it? Let him come on his own terms. Well, we're already telling you that. But you are a Libra, so you're a chameleon. So you'll come when you're ready, and you present
yeah.
when it's time. Ultimately,
So
I'm gonna say this: you put yourself out there by coming on this podcast for people to at least see us react to your shit. So we're gonna be positively sharing and motivating you, whether you come back or not. Maybe in 2 or 3 fucking years you'll put something out. Who knows? But I would hope
well,
so.
we'll see. I'm still waiting back to hear if I'm actually actually leaving.
Okay, because I walked away. I wasn't sure if I missed that. My God.
Yeah, no, I
Please
didn't share
inform us
that.
all.
How can I explain this? So obviously, I like the animals. So I decided to leave if I can to go do a duty elsewhere to help some people and things. So
Supporting others.
yeah, so IFAW is the thing that I'm going to be going with, and I will know. I was actually supposed to know today if I'm or
If
not.
you are leaving.
Yeah,
Internationally leaving, yes.
yeah.
And you would not be
So
returning for who knows when because he's taking a hiatus.
the
Are you gonna
idea
let
was,
me know?
well, the idea is 2 months, but I
Mhm.
might not be able to stay even that long. So
Mhm.
we'll see.
Well,
We'll see. But
if ever you're
everything's
on Twitch, go follow him. You might actually like him. Hey, now you can sit back and do things, talk about your life more freely, and just say, if you want to know about me, go follow the Mary and Joe Show. Because I don't talk about everything. I have a link. My mouth can't do it all day. It goes numb. Doesn't that how it works? How does that do
yeah,
that?
but I haven't had like good sleep. I'm just like, bah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a fun thing. If you've ever had to deal with that, like your first day of high school,
Mm-hmm.
that's been like for like 2 months straight.
That's
Maybe
called
3.
parenting for my life. I was saying the other day, it's like communicating with an alien. I love my son, but he's communicating with someone who doesn't speak until he's like 4 years old, is communicating with an alien. So,
Okay,
right?
so
Being a
what
parent.
else
Yeah,
do
yeah,
we
yeah.
what else do we got? What else do we got? What are we
We got,
digging?
okay, sorry. We got on a tangent there. All right, so
We went on.
these are good. This is good. Hold on. Where am I going? That is a funky ass song. I
Ooh.
like that song, but that is like that is a great funky great song. Funky. Keyboard is all the
Okay.
way.
That song was actually, I believe, Wesley Opus and Huffer worked together, I think, to actually make that song. I'm pretty sure.
What about this So Sad song, which is so freaking good? And the lyrics that are, what was this abuse about? I wrote a note. The abuse in that song is it related to the Hawaiian boy or no? That's what I wrote. Or where was that abuse from? Is that Minneapolis?
Yeah, it's Minneapolis. That's
It's a
like
good one, guys. I'll be linking that one.
Yeah, that
It's
song so
intense.
sad. Wow,
You
what a
get to
bad
the
hook.
core in those songs that, like I said, that's why I asked you about the atmosphere reference, because I don't think anybody else I personally know can go to that grit of adding instrumentals to make you feel happy. Like it sets a mood, and then your lyrics really do push the facts, not a pretty picture, the fucking facts. Like the references. I think it's the same song that talked about um the chlamydia transfer and all that other shit.
Oh my god.
Intense though. I mean, that's fuck, man. I don't even think that. Yeah, maybe Eminem would go there. He's from that
Uh,
neck of the wood, is he not?
yeah, he's close.
He's on a tour for a
Not
different
funny.
version, right? Okay, sorry.
Um,
I,
yeah, so sad. Wow.
so
That
sad.
song. That was I think I wrote that after I was at a party, I think,
Hmm.
and I got hit on by a bunch of uh,
You
like
realize,
this is bad type people, like
you
uh
were talking to the fellow brother that would have understood that moment where it was like, please don't talk to me. I'm being nice to you, as nice as I can be.
like
And then
I'm
you
just
tell her
here,
all those things.
just here, like trying to have a good time. Like you don't
Mhm.
like that was like how do I explain like I think it said some lyrics about like your face looks like it's been like powder coated like
Yes,
powder
I
like
think you
straight
did. And you said
like your
like you
face ain't
must
even a
put your
real
face
face.
in the Coke, something like that.
Oh
It was
God,
really good,
that
actually. Like that's a good reference. Like you use the Coke to put your powder on. Okay, so it was Midtro. What was that one? Great instrumental track. Quite literally brings you on like a little moment. You have so many of the 1960s flares in your tracks. There's even some Santana, so you go a little 70s and 80s with his
yeah.
instrumentals, but
All right, so
you're pretty
yeah,
impressive with that. I'm sorry if I'm taking you down the rabbit hole.
no, you're good. Metro.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, like I said, Huffer is a dude from Memphis, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
He moved up to Minnesota.
So Texas,
Cause
Memphis, Tennessee,
yeah,
California, and what's the other
yeah.
influence? Hawaii.
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Okay.
Um,
That's some spicy right there. That's like a
yeah.
gumbo.
So Wes is from Chattanooga, so
Okay.
he likes that South shit, and that's why we all like fuck with that weird,
Saucy
like crate
jazz.
digging Southern.
Actually, it
I don't know.
does have that salt. I was gonna say it has Kansas kind of like soulfulness, like
It's some of the
plantation
stuff.
soulfulness.
Yeah. So
And
like
then go ahead. Sorry.
Huffer, being from Memphis, I mean he skated. I randomly met him at a skate park. Like I'm not even gonna lie. Like skating after work one day, and
Were
he's
you
like,
just like, what do
"Oh
you do? And he's like, I make, or what? How did that happen?
no!" Like like he chilled for a while. I didn't even know he made music. To be honest with you, like he
That's
was
like
straight.
adorable. Sorry. I don't mean to use those
Yeah.
words, but he just, you guys had interest, became friends, and decided to collaborate.
Yeah, and he was like a bigger dude. Like he was big and like heavy set, but he could like skate his ass off. He was just a bigger dude, and I was like, "Damn, this motherfucker just like kills shit." So I was like, "Fuck, let's fuck with him," because
Mm-hmm.
like I was already skating like with a group of kids and making music, all of us at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Oh, let's hang out with this motherfucker." Ended up like shit. He was cool as hell. Like pulled up at his house, and I'm not even joking. Like he just moved, and he had an entire like what 12 and a half foot U-Haul truck filled with vinyl.
Wow.
And I was like, this motherfucker is actually like on some shit.
He's
And
serious.
like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, it was like I've never seen like somebody just like, yeah, I'm here from Tennessee and I got a whole fucking truck filled with vinyl. Like, like who has that shit?
Is
And
he
like,
a reference to also the Pen and the Pad song? Because that had some saucy too. Or this is totally different. Pen and
no,
Pad is my
Pen and
favorite. I said
Pad
you
was
go
made.
through it
Pen
other.
and Pad was made by Kyle from SFRX.
Oh man. That one, try to give a good taste to the people if you could. I'm getting a cup of ice cream. Don't judge me.
How can I explain that? That was
I'm
like
gonna
during a time where like our government kind of like uh was during like right after 9/11. I
Oh,
think
okay.
like that type of vibe was like not after
Lingering.
it, but like a couple years where you felt like
Right.
uncomfortable, where everyone was like listening into what the hell you're doing. So
That's
like,
the same one that talks about the government and the
yeah, yeah,
the people are golfing
yeah.
while
When they're
everybody's
either going
golfing.
golfing or going fishing.
And
So
that
that was one.
you basically say, I'll tell you the truth when nobody else will, in so many words, and that is that the same song that talks about the truth is the homeless they sell their body parts?
Mhm.
Is that the same song? It's so fucking
It might not be.
from
No.
beginning to end. That song is it's good.
Oh, that's the
That's
one. That's a different
I'm gonna
song.
put it on TikTok for you, sir.
That's a different song with a wire sample, I think, on it. So you might want to be
So
careful about
good.
that.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Trial and error. No, but holy crap. Let's see here. It was I'm looking for the note for that one particularly. Do you want to talk about any of the equipment that you Oh no, we didn't
Oh
want to talk about
yeah,
that.
no,
Unless you
we can
want to.
actually, yeah, we can actually like break down like how a lot of stuff was actually made, to be honest with you.
Right.
Since obviously I had multiple people helping during this fiasco. A lot of our stuff, to be honest with you, was like random days that we'd skate, meet up, go hang
Right.
out, go make some stuff at somebody else's house. Wouldn't get finished. Somebody would be like, "Hey, send me this," and I'm not even gonna lie. Like,
Right.
if it wasn't for like Dropbox or Google Drive, like
I
during that time,
understand that.
I would have never had any good music at all, because a lot of the shit, but even between Opus and I, were like shared via internet, and I would finish stuff at home and then put it on a jump drive, bring it to his house,
Yep.
figure out. And then the learning curve started happening because his studio went full Logic, and then Huffer and I were still both on Pro Tools, so we had to figure out a way to like bounce out the tracks properly at perfect timing, get all the tracks separated. Like,
it can take a long
fun.
ass time to get all the instruments and shit to load up.
Oh yeah,
Or even
so
put
like
on a drive. People don't understand that.
And then giving it to someone that's like, you have no idea what we did, but here, good luck.
Right.
You know, like,
and if you're standing there wanting to micromanage it, some people are like that, but others, yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So the equipment you used varied from what? Do you remember?
Okay, so most of the stuff was obviously made on Pro Tools, but a lot of the stuff was made on an MPK 49. And I think the MPK 1100, which was the full set keyboard with the pads.
1100. I did find the MPK. Those things, I might actually be using your same setup. You're very smart.
So we both use both of those just because like you have pad access on top of the keyboard. And then a lot of the stuff actually was made in Reason too. Like,
Oh,
yeah. So like I use Reason a lot back then, and a lot of the stuff is in either Reason it was made in, or it was actually made in FL Studio. Uh, yeah,
so
I've used multiple tools for the trade.
I have to ask you, even though you're saying you don't want to work on your music right now, if you could work with any artist today in this decade, who would you like to work with? Who would you like to
Oh
collaborate with and
fuck!
make music? I had to. I'm sorry. Because later down the road, you'd be mad if I didn't ask. So we're doing it. Just name some people you love and respect to this day. It could be old people you worked with, of course, but it could be artists that you really respect and listen to in your car right now. Underground
Damn,
shit.
that's an actual
You've
that's
shown
an
the
actual
community
hard
some
one.
good people. Hey, it's not going to hurt you. It only help you. You want to respect them. You never know. You go to a show and they're like, I know
Damn,
you.
how could I actually like state this properly?
Here, I'll let
Because
you come
to be
back to that.
honest
I'll
with
put a
you,
big heart on it.
no, to be honest with you, like 100%, like
Right.
I haven't really been dabbling too much in the hip hop. Like
Ooh.
what I listen, I can tell you what I listen to.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Lost it.
I'll be right back. Something happened. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. I'll be right back.
So what I've been listening to in my car is what is it? The new Aesop Rock album. Not Aesop Rocky, but Aesop Rock. Yeah, I've been going a little hard on that recent little thing. Yep, you good.
You went chipmunk on me.
Oh,
you
yeah,
sounded
you
like
chipmunk on me.
I did too.
Mm-hmm.
Did I really sound like a chipmunk? Oh, that's fucked up,
Mhm.
man. We were out in the chipmunk, man. It sounded like, oh man. All right. Well, now we have it. Okay, so let's go back to the point. Jerk,
Yeah,
fucking internet.
so what I've been bumping in my car is like
Please.
Aesop Rock, not
Okay.
Aesop Rock, Aesop Rock, completely different artist. Aesop Rock is good. What else have I been listening to in my vehicle? Evidence from Dilated Pupils. There
you go.
Yeah. I fuck with his music quite a bit, actually. Evidence is dope. What else have I been listening to? Oh, shit.
I respect someone who's like so real about the fact they've really focused to a genre, and yet you have so many good influences. That means that you just naturally listen, and the rest of the people that were involved too obviously would review it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like the ultimate of that is really unique. Like Led Zeppelin's the only one who I don't think they really used. Pink Floyd's the one who used a lot of over the Moogs and stuff like that, and the over in studio production. So that had jazziness to it, like horns and whatnot.
I mean, I listen to like other shit. Like I'm a huge like Jefferson Airplane. I listen to like vinyl and shit. Like I'm not
that's a
like
good fucking suggestion. People don't think about like that's almost folk a little too.
Mm-hmm. Like I'm not a slouch. I got a pretty decent little vinyl collection myself.
Okay, you do like your records.
Yeah.
You and Insanity Reacts have a little something in common with that because he's just as much into the records, but like that's something. Okay, so do you never DJ'd?
No.
You just okay, so that is your secret talent. That you just have good music fucking collection. That's your wonder people don't know.
Nah,
holy crap.
like
I
even like old rap, like the old shit, like good, like the actual good rap, like the old Scarface albums and shit like that, like on vinyl. Oof, They just
Don't
hit
ever get rid
different.
of that shit. These are all coming back for real. Like,
I don't know.
I think
I'm just I'm kind of everywhere with my music choices.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Were you ever recording things on a tape player? Tape?
Yeah, hell yeah, I was.
You're from that generation. I love
Yeah,
it, Mr. 82.
yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah,
Because
hell yeah.
from this
That's
early
the first thing
on,
I ever recorded on. Not
I
even
love it.
joking.
I
It's a
love it.
fucking tape.
I found the quote from Pen and Paper Remix, and it was this: "Pave the tolls, drive the toll." Or no, I've paved the tolls, right?
Yeah.
And I've drove the tolls, which is such a fucking good point. Those fucking 6 words right there say so much about how we're paying into it and then paying back into it. And that's the literal of it. But it's also a metaphor of the state. Isn't that the same kind of point to that? This is the same song we were talking about after 9/11, right?
Yeah.
I'm
So
sorry I had to
yeah.
bring it up.
When
It's political,
when
but
you
it's
pay
also
tolls,
metaphorical. Yeah.
yeah, when you pay tolls, you're kind of like paying your way into something, right? So you're like paying your way into like a free way to like get. So I pay the tolls, I drive the roads. Like
Mm-hmm.
I paid them. Like I've gone
Yeah.
to Chicago and back to Minnesota. Like I've paid these. Like I've
Mm-hmm.
done it. Like
And you're also in the reality of what it is you've also bought the street. We've also all
yeah,
bought the street, the highways we pay into those taxes. That's what I heard from it. I was like, holy
so
shit,
yeah,
that's got such a good
that's
fucking
reality.
point. Yeah.
Is like I'm paying for something that I actually like should
Built.
own. Yeah,
You
like,
built. No, it is
yeah.
a fact. We don't even think about like that. Like, oh God, such a good fucking point. Oh, it was so good. And then it says,
Well, I'm
trying to
glad
do it
I'm
before
glad
I
you're
get
catching.
old.
Hey, I'm glad you're catching all this stuff
Oh, fuck
because
yeah, I
like
pay
most people
attention.
don't. Most people are like,
Really? Am I like the exception to the rule here? Because for real, I have listened to the sound production since Paula Abdul. That's how old school I listen to production. Straight up. I'm not even just saying that. Okay. And then the lyrics and stuff, when I got older and I re-listened to Christian music that I was forced to listen to, I got really bleh in my stomach. Okay. Because I was like, oh my God, they brainwashed me. And I sang it out loud. Okay. And then you go back and you listen to the rap from the 90s and you're like, they were telling you everything. Like, okay, that song, Eric and R and B something or other, I got nothing but money inside my hands. Take it for in the lyrics in that song, if you know what I'm talking about, talk about like 1992 and legalization wasn't really a thing. And these people have been telling they were like, the police are going to be smoking with you. Like that's literally in the song. And this is 1992. So like you've been saying shit that if that was supposed to be about 9/11 time period and what the after effects were, I'm very, very impressed with your talent to leave a little bit of history there.
yeah.
It's for real.
I mean, and like even now, looking back at like the song "Drugs,"
Mm-hmm.
uh,
I wrote it down. I didn't write anything of it. I said, oh, go ahead.
so this was in like a time of like where PCP was like a super huge thing, like in our neck of the woods, where people would actually like smoke PCP.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. So drugs was a little different. Like,
Did you ever get on the verge of being addicted to anything bad, sir?
no, I always
Thank
had like
God.
my wife even says that she fucking hates it. I have like a light switch mentality where I can just not do anything.
Right.
I don't have to smoke weed. I don't even have to have nicotine. I don't need to drink this beer.
That's a blessing. You don't get all crazily monster man on people. Give me a cigarette. You're lucky, man. Can you like break off a little pinky of that and give it to all of us? We really need that. Like, I'm so bad that I start having fucking withdrawals if I don't have milk for my coffee.
Yeah, I mean,
happening.
coffee's a thing for me. I like coffee a lot. I don't drink
Mhm.
a lot of coffee like
Mhm.
anymore, just because I know like if I go down that coffee,
Are you too productive?
well, here, my
Please
favorite
share
coffee, my favorite
favorite
coffee here. Oh,
coffee
I'll probably
at the
have to
Mary and
turn
Joe
off the
show.
camera. I'll
All
probably
right,
have to like
bring it up. You got to
oh,
put your hand behind it because it needs the skin to dilate it. Yeah, put your hand behind.
oh,
No, behind the
oh,
package, silly.
oh,
Sorry.
what
No,
the
behind the
fuck?
package. There you go. Oh, you should be on the side of it. Well, motherfucker, it's too big.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so there we go. It registers as
That's my
what?
favorite
Read it out
coffee
loud.
right there.
Okay, I'm gonna screenshot it, but read it out loud.
It's Hawaii coffee.
Wait, it's Hawaiian
100%.
coffee?
Yeah, it's
Oh
100% Kona coffee.
man, I'm jealous.
Blair. Fuck you, Blair. No, here. I'll
Mhm.
just put my finger.
Yep,
You
there
go.
it's perfect.
100% Kona coffee.
That's freaking amazing. It's
Yeah.
from the farm. It's direct, right? Direct
Winning.
farm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm jealous. You have it on is it on Amazon?
No, my dad sends it to me.
Damn you! How rude! You can't even share it. Share the love. Man, I've
No, I
actually
can't.
wanted to do my own coffee beans. You can buy your own shit and do it in your window till it rots and never grows anything.
Yeah. No,
Hey,
it's
that's
cool.
a treat right there.
I love me some Kona coffee. But
All right, so
on
you
another note,
hold on. How
okay,
early did you start drinking coffee? Because you were 9 dealing with drama. So let me hear about this. I was 12 when I started drinking coffee regularly.
12.
Man, I got shit done when I was 12. High five, sir. You get it. Well, how do you like your coffee?
Black.
No cream, sugar. Just throw it in the cup. Should it be warm?
Oh yeah, it's
If
gotta
it's
be
cold,
warm.
is it drinkable?
Oh no, I like cold coffee too though. And I like some cold coffee with
aged
cream.
coffee. It's not good. I like don't touch the coffee till it's gone coffee.
Oh,
it's bad.
That's weird.
I know, I'm really bad. I let it get really, 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 really fucking old and stale in a sense, and that's not good to say out loud, but it is what it is. So I like rich, almost tasting like it's black coffee because I let it get really, really, or Arabic, whatever you call it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So hold on.
All
We
right.
can okay, so during the whole like rap
Tangents.
thing, right? I think 29. My boy Dan is like, yo, I got all these seeds. You trying to grow some weed? Like,
Nice.
yeah. Like, hell yeah, let's grow some weed. So I like built this little greenhouse like under his steps. Like, it's perfectly good.
Not perfectly good.
These bitches were growing perfect. Most beautiful plants you ever seen in your life. They were just
like a nice little, you could hug
they
them.
were
You probably
going.
did hug
They
them.
were going. They were smelling great. They were going. And what happens?
What happens?
His sister goes and stays at his house and gets a domestic call.
No, she didn't. So they had to chop the hoe down.
So yeah, the cops like were like, got a whole grow up in the basement.
Wait a
What
second.
did they
Was
do?
it growing in the gutter, or did you guys have it? Because you know what I mean. The side of the house, they really thrive strangely. Or was it?
No,
in the
they were in the
backyard,
basement.
front yard.
They were in the basement with like actual like
Tents?
indoor
Shit
like
tents.
the whole shit. Like I built a whole.
Oh my god! What a fucking nightmare. So did you have to help break that shit down?
No. So what they did was like they didn't even write them a ticket for even having them. They just confiscated the goddamn plants.
Oh,
they literally took
fuckers.
all. Yeah, they literally took all of them outside.
You can't do anything about it, too. That's some shit.
And they left all the pots in the front of the house.
Sad and depressed. No, this is what I'm saying. When it finally becomes legal, recreational especially, people who have had those horrible experiences they're gonna go through their moments too. Like, are we really able to grow? You know?
So that was the thing for me. Kind of depressed me a little bit.
Is that the only
I'm all
time you've
for
ever
it.
grown?
No, I've no,
That's beautiful.
no.
You got to share with the world when it's legal, so that you know.
Oh,
Tell
I'll
them
I'll
Shay
do it again.
Darkers.
Don't
You got to do
worry.
some
I
cannabis
got hella
songs.
space back here.
You
I got hella
should. And
space.
and honestly, we mean more trees that are. I have your exact same tree in the back. I always am like, hi tree, because it looks just like my tree in your screen.
What my?
Yeah, all the fucking time. That tree right there looks like just my tree in my house, right too. It's real or fake?
That one?
Yeah.
Fake as fuck. You think
I
a
love
tree's
it.
gonna
Isn't it
survive down here?
It makes me happy. It makes me happy. I love my fake tree. People were like, don't start doing all that. I'm like, no, you don't understand it. So every time I see shades, I'm like, look at us. I love that fucking. Yeah. I don't know. I just think of a tree.
You just gotta have some plant.
It's a metaphor, guys.
I mean,
it's not. He would have. Yeah. Anyway,
I mean, it would die. There's no luck.
Hey, I'm going to at some point in my life when my son's not living in my house, he's an adult. I'll be like the crazy grandma, real shit, who will have like hemp trees inside. Growing house plants.
I'm not afraid.
I'm fucking not
playing. Actually, I have a whole nother like room on this other side that my wife and I were talking about. Like, once this shit becomes legal, I'm just gonna start growing this shit.
Well, you want to, because I mean, in general, now it's got to be scary to buy because there's random shit out there.
Nah,
but like, you know, I'm just happy to hear that your state is being smart enough to like reconsider it. But Michigan's not far from you and stuff like that. Those states are really doing smart things. Like, come on, get with it.
Oh yeah.
So ridiculous.
Michigan's been on it for a minute.
They're really smart about their policies. Yeah. It's crazy. I don't remember. You're going to have to stay tuned. I know you'll be watching some of us on YouTube. Even if you do, you're going to keep us posted if you're leaving town. That's for sure.
Yeah. On that note, yeah, I should know probably in the next couple. If I don't hear anything by the 15th, I cannot leave. Because
if you cannot leave and you're still going to come onto YouTube and hang out with some of us, you're more than welcome to elaborate on some of these topics. Like even what's the song I just saw too? Right, the My Girl, I think it is. Hold on, About a Girl.
Oh yeah,
About a Girl. Shut up. That's not the same one though. About the girl in the freaking room. That's a totally different song, right? I'm not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk about a girl or no?
That was a rough time in my life.
Is that the girl that was abusive?
No.
Mm-mm. Oh, she didn't deserve a song. Good.
Before.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, no disrespect to that. Because it's a beautiful song. I will be featuring it as well in a link. You should check it out, people. And you can download his album.
Yeah, they're all downloadable. Y'all can get the mixtapes and the whole other. The mixtapes, okay. Well, I'll talk about a Girl, but About a Girl was like the most like depressing shit I think I ever like dealt with when I actually saw a real side of like how a woman can destroy you. Mm-hmm. And not like talking down on women or anything, but like how you can just be a vulnerable ass dude, basically, and care about things that might not be as valuable to that person. So, yeah. God, you're digging deep. I gotta like remember even these things from this long ago.
It has a lot of power to that song for real.
That was the wrong time. The beat for it, not intended, I think, for that song. Because I think About a Girl was actually on the last track of the TV album, and I redid About a Girl.
Yeah, this is the remix one I wrote down initially. Yeah, I think so. and it's a heavy jazz theme to it, and it's got like the best production. The lyrics are just fucking out of this world. Like that's the only thing I can really place on it. And it rolls right into the pen and the paper energy. When I was reviewing that one, I was like, holy shit, like that whole album's insane in a good way.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people what's funny about that you say that, a lot of people thought TV was better than the Red album.
The
which
Red
is
album
weird.
was great to start to get to know you. Everybody, that's my opinion, Miss Chronicles' opinion. The Red album, you want to get to know him, listen to that. Listen it from the beginning, the intro and the outro, all the way in order. But that first, you present yourself with the intro and outro like I'm going to describe it visually as I'm an artist myself, is like a wax stamp. You have to break open the stamp. Like I visualize the red as like a symbolization of a wax red stamp.
Damn.
And you
never
break
really
it
thought about
open.
that.
No, I'm being honest, like sore to my core. That's why when I sent you my music, I was like, be careful. It might hurt. Because I don't do things that people expect me to do. And you, same thing. Like you open the fucking letter and it's this intense, like I said, it even has like the 60s and the 50s vibes with the jazz and you keep waiting for you to like sneak a rap verse in there. And there's nothing there. It's an intro, all instrumental. And then at the end, when you get the outro, that's the Mizzy one, or midtro kind of vibey, I found.
No.
And then you rap in that one. So it's like, and it's so like, not Austin Powers, but maybe similar to James Bond. You have that like old mad man kind of vibes.
Damn.
Even your lyrics kind of bring you back to, like I said, you're the oldest album I have ever heard from Tupac's kind of vibes. You're not 96. You're 90. You're 89. Straight up. And I was like, and even old, some of, maybe I'm wrong, but I like Warren G, and I could hear some of that, just a little bit of like Warren G could have floated up in there. But, and I don't know, who's the guy who died that was their friend? Is it Nate Dogg?
Nate Dogg.
Yeah, he's the one who passed, and you gave me a little bit of Nate Dogg vibes too. Was he anybody you? I don't know. Is that wrong? I don't
No,
want to
I grew up on that shit. So like, yeah,
well,
no.
you sneakily provide such a like nice taste with it. You could play that music at a classy cocktail, and nobody would fucking take it wrong. You are rapping about life, and nobody would fucking. I mean that. Play it on start to end, guys, and listen to him. And I will do reaction videos where I'll kind of point out what I've heard, because like I've been in downtown New Orleans with live jazz performances. Like I explained to you privately for the podcast, that I've been 16 hours seeing these bands just veg out, and your music feels like so intimate. Like the lyrics really touch you. You get to know your brain, your heart, your pain, where you don't put that out on your face here on a public. Like I said, you handle shit so on the exterior, like Superman, versus your lyrics show like you are Clark Kent. You have fucking seen shit. Like it's intense. Like it's intense. Even the girl, like I said about the girl, that's probably the best example I could say. And then, hold on, where is this? And then like the lyrics, I mentioned it earlier, just trying to do it before you get old. Like that's repeated a few times in that pen and paper remix. And I don't know if that was added the second time, but my God, it's like such a mantra. It's beautiful. Anybody who's on your level with that kind of vibe.
Well, I mean, we only have a certain amount of time. The older you get, I mean, the world feels like it's going fast. So like the older I get,
right?
Like even back then, I felt like I was already
in your
like,
20s or late 30s, right? No, not late 30s. Excuse me, late 20s.
When I was making that.
When you did that, when you did these last albums. This
I think those
would it
were.
be in the
I
red?
think
What's the
those.
last album? The black
I
one
think
or the
those.
white one was the last one?
I think the all of them were actually made at the same time.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was released at the same time. It said that, but I wasn't sure.
So
Okay.
like the actual album came out, and then I was like, still had so much other like shit that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just make sure everything fits on here. So
Right.
like there's songs that are more like rap, like All Stars. You check that thing. That's like the that's it's a different song just because like there's actually a rapper on it.
Right.
You know, like a dude from the hood, like, yeah, okay. So like I don't know. They're different. I didn't try to stay in one little spot, I guess.
No, it isn't.
I like I've always been a Nine Inch Nails fan, so I've always been
Interesting.
like super into like industrial sounding music, and that's why I think like Pad and Pen was like inspiring with the Pad and Pen was like
Right.
thing because like like the
Right.
noise in that shit is not like
Actually,
normal to rap.
can I say to you that I have
Yeah.
a speaker that's blown, but you didn't even make it worse. You didn't even make it buzz, and it held itself. So that's such a good production that I was able to like I'm saying it's like you don't push the bass, you push all the other vocals, you pushed the things that make it heighten itself naturally. Like it's not pushing the speaker in like an auto-tune version. You literally used all your instruments properly when you laid it out for production. I'm just saying that's how I heard it, so
Yeah, and
well.
I don't know. I've never used auto tune.
Thank
I think
God.
I mean some people use it and it's fine. I don't have
Right.
a disagreement with it. I mean it is like a tool
But it
to
doesn't
actually.
remove the beauty of what the artist did. It's not like putting a
Yeah.
filter over a face.
So
A
like
person has
I
makeup
don't know.
on. I don't know how else to put that.
There's some people that use auto tune like all the time, and there's some people that use it sometime and can
Right.
still like do stuff, and that's cool. Like I ain't here to judge people on their audio
No.
choices.
Right.
But no, I didn't grow up in that era of masking anything for your voice.
Right.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I probably created half of those songs probably through this microphone. Still have
That's
it.
a beautiful. That's why you're so.
So,
And
yeah.
So like okay, let's see here. The Playing with Guns, I already mentioned that, but do you have anything else to ask or add to that? Because it's such a good fucking song. There's a lot of like two conversations in that song. It's like you're playing both sides in the conversation. You're talking about the people's opinions. It's almost like you're mocking them.
Yeah,
and
I
people
kind of
need to
am
really
actually.
hear that, because you could have some idiots who are like screaming it and they're not knowing what they're saying.
Yeah, that song was like knowing that possibly people have different views of how to take guns, right? Like playing with guns. I mean, I just said it just to say it, and then like, is it really a thing though? Like, are really people playing with guns really like that? No, probably not. But in the street, when you're out like with guns, like, I even state something when I get caught up. I just play dumb. Like, that's how you have to be. I don't know where that fucking thing came from. That ain't mine. Like, there's things that you have to. I don't know. That's a weird song. That was at a weird time in my life too. Damn, that I wrote that. That was in a different space. Whew. Damn, you're making me think now.
That survival mode probably coming through that song.
Damn. Yeah, that was Chicago.
Honestly, I think it's a powerful song that really does document it. Like whatever the vibe was in your life at that time.
Yeah, wow. I don't even.
Did you lose anyone particularly and that was an ode to them, or is it just more so the matter of fact? This is the one where it said, "Man, I spit shit until my face is numb."
Mm-hmm.
That's where I was stopped the song. I was like, only if you actually are passionate about rap battling and all that. And I've seen your video that you shared with us privately, that the person clipped, and I saw how you do. You have a presence when you're rapping, but that's not the point. It's what you're all there for the art of it.
Yeah, and I remember, like, not even joking, I used to rap for like hours straight.
It really
Like,
will
to
make your
myself.
fucking face numb, I'm sure it will. And you can bite your fucking lip and shit like that.
Yeah, and I used to like,
I'm sure.
and I used to like rap all my shit until I like had perfect breath control at everything. Like, it wasn't like a slouch job for me. I was always like, I don't know. I felt like lyrics in the studio were different live than because I used to rap my ass off live. Like, I don't give a shit. Sometimes I would forget lines and shit, and I would just be like, "Well, I'm super good at rapping, so I'm just gonna fix this up real quick." You know, like
you're just vibing.
Just throw it in there. Yep. Like, I'm good. Like, I'm fine. But nah, I just miss it. I miss having fun, as much fun as I used to have. But now I'm more like
you could be Grandpa Rapper one day and just do it when you're real old. Grandpa Shay Darker, and he's not really a grandpa. That's gonna be the funny part of it.
I just I actually just like making some stuff. If I don't make anything dope, then Ross still sends me stuff, and I can rap if I want to, or do whatever I want to. Kind of keep a chill vibe.
If you're on Twitch and you're in the zone and you're got some good music going and it's just all fucking ambient in that moment, I'm gonna screenshot you when you start rapping randomly, and I'm gonna send it to you and be like, "Bitch, you're putting it on this shit right here. I just tagged you for real," because that's what it's about. You obviously are at a place in your life that, like, whatever is gonna fucking flow will. You can't fake this stuff. You're gonna just do what's gonna happen. That those tracks that obviously moved you back then to do them, spend money on them to get whatever you had to do in those times, or whatever, like, trade off to the hard drive you had to do. Like, that's not just because you had a good friend who begged you enough. I don't believe that. You can't tell me that. You wanted to do it because the lyrics say that. You said it over and over to yourself. And then your friends, okay, what is the one?
Okay, there's an audio phone call.
I love it. It's so fucking up the angle of Warren G. It is so Warren G in his interludes, or he's like, "Bitch, fucking hoes and the motherfucker." So great.
That is Ross.
So wonderful.
It's great. Like, that's Ross at like 4 a.m. calling me drunk,
happy, and saying, "Bro,
nah." He said,
"What did he say?"
Nah, I might be a little bit tipsy, but send me them gold vocal, or send me them vocals, and I'll send them back to you and make them sound fine. And he was like, "I fuck with you, homie," or something. And then
I fucked with you. I might be a little fucked up, man, but I fucked with you. What was it? What was his name? Where's it at? I gotta play it.
The
Oh
motherfucker crazy.
man, come
Ross
on,
is
it's
a
gonna
yeah.
happen in
Ross
here.
is
Let
the
me look.
G. Yeah, Ross
Dude,
is
I'm
the G.
finding this shit. And if I can't, I'm gonna screenshot it later and put it in
Yeah.
a little clip
He's
because
like,
it's the
I'll make
thing.
you a gold record.
He's like, I'm ready. I'm ready now. Oh man, is it All Star? No, it's not that.
It's
Dude,
after
I'm gonna
it's
find it
after
because it's so
something.
good.
What song is
No,
that after? I don't know.
I don't know, but it's some good shit. This is what I'm saying to you and to the listeners. If you miss the sauciness from the 90s and from the late 80s rappers, you will find it at home right here with Shay Darker because his whole albums, all three of them, really do touch the core elements of what we are not fucking seeing in the music industry anymore. And you know what? I encourage you to mix that shit with some of my stuff because, or get that style out with your own because I know you said you're not, but dude, you could really mix the rap and the electronica well. And I know that
Oh yeah.
Zora in the chat right now is the person I'm going to be interviewing soon. And she's a DJ herself too. So I could see all of us playing with your shit, but it's you have the value that it's already slow some of it, or if we slowed it down and you know what I'm
Oh
saying, it'd go
no,
even harder.
I
I would love that. It makes me
I'll actually
tantalized.
find you a song off the Type Vital thing that I actually
Okay,
I actually go in a little ham on some different type of music that
we
you
got to
might
thank
have listened
Bass
to.
Nectar and all those fuckers who have, I'm saying it just like that, who have come in and said, all right, let's cross promote. Like, there's a lot of people who take people just like yourself, sir, who are like, I don't know, but I will try to just sit back and appreciate your honesty. Like, that's the truth of taking a break as an artist. Like, you know this. But
Oh
if you
yeah.
don't come back for like another 10 years, we still be cool with mixing your shit and getting you popular, even if you're doing nothing.
Ugh, I don't care about
Just
none of
don't
that.
delete your
Come on
channel,
now.
bro. No deleting of
Oh
the
no, no,
channel.
no, no, no.
Stop that shit. I could slap everyone who does it.
I ain't deleting nothing.
You better not.
I
Your
actually
walks
have
are
like
great.
I'm not gonna lie, like I actually have videos in the bag. I just haven't posted any of them. I'm
That's
not gonna
fine. We
lie.
can take them later.
I
We're not
I just
McDonald's. You won't be nasty and still the same.
I've been kind of
You'll
I've been
evolve. It's cool. You'll be great.
I've been kind of just chilling,
Right.
trying to play the games with the homies,
Hmm.
before
Hey, if you leave, you'll let us know. If you don't leave, then I'll have you
yeah.
on the podcast and we can have a collaborative effort, pick your brain.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
telling you,
No,
you're jazzy. That's what I'm gonna call it. Shade Darker, jazzy. Like at
we
first
can.
we were gonna make a little joke, and I'm just gonna say it the best way I can. You say a saying all the time. I fucks with that. I fucks with that. It's not politically correct to like put it on hashtags and shit. So you'll see how I hashtag his man. But
No,
if he respects
Bryn kegs
you,
that. I fucks with that.
yes.
Bryn be doing that.
If he says it, he fucks with that. He fucks with that. So if he's following you, if he respects your ass, you better fucks with that too, because there's just silliness in not respecting another person who takes his time where he doesn't have to be here. He's not paid for his loyalty. He's a fucking real G. Like, I think that's what it is. You have the etiquette of the street from the old rapping days. I don't know how else to put it. You don't
I
call the
don't know.
cops. You handle your business. You don't go to the hospital unless you've lost an arm, a finger, or you really are
Yeah.
dying. For
Pretty
real,
much.
okay? And, nobody's going to starve. That's what it is. That's that fucking old mentality. I'm a white girl from New Orleans, but grew up in Colorado and then was forced into the LA reality. Like, I didn't take the 4-lane highways if I didn't have to for a long ass time. We all come from different places. If you didn't have your positivity and I'm sure it has to be like you close your eyes and can imagine Hawaii in the breeze. We don't all have those memories. You're like gifted with that shit. Like, so coming full circle, I have a funny question.
Yeah, please ask.
All right. So, what is one thing on your bucket list? You can share more, but what are some things on your bucket list you're like, that's it? I have to make this happen. It's not just a manifestation thing, you know, but what is on your bucket list that that is real in your life you want to do?
Oof, that I want to do.
Yes. Just one thing. You can share more.
I've done a lot of stuff already. Fuck, what do I want to do?
No judgment. Nobody's judging.
Like
I want to
like
go to
my
Jamaica and
my
smoke in the
my
jungle.
calling of like what I want to do is like a person. Are you saying like what I
No,
want to do, like
a bucket list.
a bucket list that I want to do?
Yes.
Oh,
No calling. We're not perfect. We'll figure that out. They'll call us.
ooh, what do I really want to do? Damn.
Bucket list. Like it could be crazy shit. It could be
Shit.
random.
Hold on, let me think about this.
Right.
I want to go to Japan and drive an actual drift car.
Oh,
like,
that's
in
fun.
Japan. Like on an actual track in Japan would be dope. But I don't. That's probably not going to be a reality.
Well, maybe you
But
take a boat there instead of all the other drama.
like an actual, I want to drive like an actual chaser, like the what is it, MR1 or something like that, like the chaser, like the Toyota Chaser. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That'd be a bucket list thing for me.
You just hit two of the questions, so let me ask a little bit differently. So, where is a place you want to travel to, and where is your favorite place you like to travel to? It could be other than Hawaii.
I do like.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I do like Florida.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. I have to say Florida. I like for a small amount of time.
Oh, so you're talking to me. I can take Louisiana 7 straight days and I got to get out of that bitch. It's too southern for me because of mosquitoes, a little bit of time. And roaches.
But where I'd really like to go is Canada. Like
where in Canada? Where?
I don't know. I want to go hunting in Canada.
Fun. It's absolutely stunning there. I think it's honestly, I'm in Colorado, but I honestly think it's probably prettier. It's majestic as shit. The water's blue. Like, come on. They got water and mountains.
Canada's fucking. I mean, I'm in Minnesota, so I'm not far off. But
Canadians. I'm not gonna lie.
Canada, I mean, that shit looks pretty. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, you're almost on the border. Technically, you're Canadian.
I could run. I could like park a truck and just like. And no one would ever notice.
Entrances. You could even drive that
truck. No one would ever notice.
All right, I got a funny question here. What is your favorite movies?
Ooh,
because it explains a person's brain. You have to ask that question. I lost my train of thought. This little.
Okay, so I'm not gonna be like your usual dude that's like Scarface.
Oh well.
Yeah, no.
Fight Club's fun. That would be a normal dude moment. I like Fight Club.
I actually really enjoy. No, hold on. That doesn't come in first. I have to actually.
Hold on. I'm scratching out paper. I'm sorry. We got all that you did. We're doing amazing, by the way. So proud of our questions. I'm proud of this. Is gonna be a good one.
So, like, my actual favorite like movie, like series, would probably be The Godfather.
You're a mobster lover.
Yeah, I kind of love that.
I respect the mob. Not gonna even go lie. Totally respect.
So I love The Godfather like series of movies. But besides that,
are you a Netflix and chill kind of a series guy?
Oh yeah, I love me some Netflix and just hanging out.
What's some Netflix that people should fucking watch that you like?
Oh, I haven't watched Netflix in ages. I don't know. I
Okay,
haven't
then.
sat and watched
Me
anything.
neither.
I
I usually
hear
watch
that
ghost shit on
I hear
other
that there's
stuff.
I hear that there's some new show that has like 8 episodes about like stealing some sort of documents or something. I don't know. That
Oh, is
seems
this
pretty
about the
interesting.
Twitter thing? I've just heard about that recently. I
don't
was like, this is
know.
interesting. Okay, you should watch the
Yeah.
Kennedy thing. That was really interesting
Oh.
about they were actually, it's not about Kennedy itself, it's about the patrol people that work for him. And you get to hear their accounts on like that day of the episode or everything that happened, the tour. It's fucking incredible. I don't know. Do you like documentaries?
I do.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well,
okay. So okay, secondary favorite movie.
yes.
Die Hard, the original Die Hard.
Those are classics, sir.
Third favorite movie.
You're like a classic all the way. Do you hear me? You're classic with your music.
Yeah.
I love that. Old vibes. Okay. That's why it's. It is Matt. I'm saying it here. You're gonna get from his music and who he is, like 1950s, 60s Mad Max. That Madman.
Mad Max would probably be my third
You
favorite.
are. You really are like
no,
that
man,
vibe,
you
that
won.
mysterious
The original
man.
Mad Max. The original Mad
You
Max.
really are.
Yep,
Even
that's
the
my third
sounds
favorite
are
movie.
in your music, man. Like that's something to own. Because people, there's only a few people I know who can really bring that, and I know some females who can do, and they are Black rappers, females who can do that kind of sauciness. But those are females. You are not feminine in your music, but the production is unisex. Like it hits all different fucking age brackets, all different people, all different everything. Like I said, you could play that at a cocktail party at your dad's fucking open house parties for his real estate. You could play it in the background with the cheese plate. I'm telling you. Your music's that good. Even though they don't know what they're listening to. The lyrics, they're in their head.
No. It's
For
not
real.
like a lot of people, unless like you're our age, actually seek music.
You snuck in your lyrics mid to end, by the way. So you take them on a ride for always like a minute and a half. You don't always start your intro like, you know how people are looking for that intro 30 seconds in. Not a single one of your things fell off like that. Like the first few seconds you grip a person, you want them to come in for the production. It feels like, yet that's not really what you were focusing on. You do your lyrics on it, but it's the whole package. I don't know. I just think people really need to give it some looks. Saying. And then here's the last funny question I have. So what's your favorite cannabis strands? I know I've asked you that the other day, but I wanted you to repeat them here. What strands do you like?
My actual
you only gave me
favorite
one,
strands.
so I'm.
So yeah, no, obviously Girl Scout cookies is my
Girl Scout.
favorite.
He likes his burner shit. He likes it. Good.
Yeah, it's just.
Girl
I mean,
Scout
it's
cookies.
good. It's good like roll up weed.
Yeah,
So
it's very heavenly. It's terpene flavors.
But like some train wrecks.
Ooh.
Fuck with.
OGs again. Look at you pulling out the OG cards. I love it.
Yeah.
I bet they're pretty danky up there. The more north, it seems to be sticky.
And then every time my dad comes back in town, I definitely appreciate some fucking Kona Gold. So that's a thing.
Yummy.
Kona Gold has like a spot in my heart because like it still tastes the same as when I was a kid. Isn't that weird? Like it tastes like dirt almost. Like how can I explain it? Like that thick
it's earthy.
Yeah, like that thick
leafy. No, not leafy.
I don't know what type of taste it is, like thick, like it's just like it came from right there. I don't know that feeling.
You can taste the earth in the bud. The terpenes have
it's like
that.
the same thing as like a hot ass like or thick ass cup of Kona coffee, it's like the same dirt.
Yes.
That it's like the same thing.
It vibrates.
Like,
Your fucking
yeah.
taste buds vibrate with that kind of coffee. I'm sorry. I know my coffee, and I know. Listen, in California, that's what people bought. That is the brand we would drink around the table. I can't tell you a single household that didn't get it. And it didn't matter what brand you went with. That was the flavor you wanted. And hazelnut was another one, but I'm not a hazelnut fan. But it's like, okay, so hazelnut is the example of the American, what are we, the Big Island? I don't know what we would consider to you guys, but but we're the Big Island's knockoff of that, because it's sweet but naturally sweet. And then a hazelnut's kind of like a French vanilla overexerted sweetness that's added. The other one, the Kona, it's just a natural, and almost tastes like cranberry slightly. It's got a little tiny bit of sweetness. Pretty good shit.
You can see like the oil on the, oh god, it's so good.
I just can't imagine eating vegetables and fruits that just fall apart because they're so juicy from the rain. That's what my friend Max says all the time. Like, just the food is so like, incredible.
Oh god, when I was a kid, we had a fucking avocado tree right outside of like, oh, and
probably
the avocados
couldn't eat them enough.
No, the avocados in Hawaii are like different. They're like big. Like,
is the seed smaller? Or is the seed bigger?
Pretty much the same size, I think. A little bit bigger. No, it's the same size. But they're big. They're actually
it's
like
flavorful, big. I bet, too.
Versus different. It's different.
Is it?
Yeah, it's different.
I've even seen like they use a lot of the jungles. What is it called? It's like these, I don't know what it was called, but it looked like a fan leaf. They use this like type of root and all these other things in the food trucks and all the other, like they wrap it with the fish and all the other like,
oh yeah.
Like so
like
many different
leaves.
Yes, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Where they cook it all the way down.
Yeah.
And use it for different types of meals too, like they'll roast it with it and everything else.
Sure. Yeah,
it's freaking amazing. It's a huge industry for it. It's amazing though.
I mean,
okay, so wait, let's just say this. I gotta point it out because this will clear up any bullshit you hear when you're on a chat and they bring up between people, do you eat meat? Do you not eat meat? He hunts. But do you want to clarify? Do you think Hawaii is the reason you're a vegetarian? Or pescatarian, or however you want to put it? On occasion, vegetarian.
So some things kind of changed.
Okay.
I have started eating meat a little bit more because I don't know what my diet's going to be like once
that makes sense.
Here.
You don't want to be sick.
I can't.
That's a smart thing.
So I can't like yeah, I don't know.
Can't be picky. That's the point of that.
So I don't want to be like a whiny ass bitch. I can be like, oh, I can't eat that.
Right.
Yeah, no. So I'm gonna take whatever I can
yourself.
Get. Yeah, and
well, I was just wondering, did you originally do it because of Hawaii? Like, was that just the thing you learned out there, or no?
No.
Okay.
I ate some meat when I was in Hawaii too.
Like, gotcha.
I've been kind of on and off. Not eating meat. I didn't for like 2.5 years before.
Oh, interesting.
2 years, yeah, something like that. And then I think just recently when I started getting back on YouTube and I realized like what I wanted to do with myself, I started just randomly, slowly introducing myself back into meat again. Still mostly fish at first, but then like I started eating like sausage and
no judgment,
slowly working my way. But
I've
yeah,
been
no,
vegetarian for 35 years, so no disrespect here.
I've always hunted my whole entire
Gotcha.
life. So even when I was a child in Hawaii, I still hunted. So I mean, I've been.
It's just a digestion thing. You're just not interested in the meat before and wanted to take a break. I mean, that's just amazing.
I kind of think I got like turned off by
Gotcha.
just being. No, it was what actually turned me off was like the whole city experience of
Mm-hmm.
food turned me off from
Mm-hmm.
trying to eat meat.
Gotcha.
Just because, like, man, like,
It's processed,
ugh.
yeah. But
Yeah.
hey, no judgment, zero judgment. If you can hunt it and eat it yourself, that's always nice. No judgment.
So, and it's still like the same thing. Like, a lot of the time up here, I won't eat seafood just because
Okay.
I know how many days it takes to like come to Minnesota.
I
So why would
agree
I
with
eat?
you.
Why would I eat seafood when I have lakes with fish and shit
So
here? Like, why?
since the BP
So
spill changed in New Orleans, I can taste a difference since then. Okay. And when I went back, like I like codfish. I don't know if you like codfish,
yeah,
but
yeah.
codfish is great when it's breaded and all that fun stuff. I can't fucking eat it because I'm thinking of what the fuck's in the water now. And I stopped eating tuna a couple of years ago because of that very thing. So I can totally understand. I'm sure a lot of listeners get it too, where it's like you go through these spouts, but then when you overthink it, I didn't have Dr. Pepper for years because I knew they had like bug coloring. Did you know that?
No, but
Yes,
what?
it is. That
Yeah,
red, whatever dye is supposedly like, yep, gross, very gross.
but what was funny is I confessed one night that like even when I was like not eating meat, I still have this fetish for McDonald's cheeseburgers.
And you would eat them. You would go
I
there
would
and
I would
indulge,
eat
would you
I would
not?
I would eat two of them.
Were you in
Yep.
pain ever?
And I would totally get sick.
Oh, see,
But
that
it was
sucks.
it's so worth it. They're
It's
so
their
good.
oil. I'm telling you, it's their fucking oil because their hash browns make me sick. They're so good going down now. The fucking
Oh,
oil.
God, yeah, there's something about them that I was like, yeah, I wouldn't
Plastic
tell my
oil.
wife. I would hide it from my wife.
Oh,
It's like,
jeez.
oh, she's
Is
not.
she a vegetarian as well?
Yeah. So like, she's not.
Oh,
I'm
hey, that
not.
makes it easier. That's how you end up in that world.
But now
Like,
she's eating meat now too.
wow. And
Yeah.
hopefully,
The collapse has came.
hey, you can at least know how to make your own shit if you really need to. And there was like a shortage in Tyson, you know,
Yeah.
in some way you'd be okay.
In fact,
Okay.
she ordered herself food and didn't order me any, which was
What?
nice of her.
Have you been
Yeah.
starving this whole time?
No.
Okay, because
No.
I had
I'm
like
good.
ice cream and cookies. I feel really bad if
Oh
you're
yeah,
starving
no,
over
you're
there.
good. You're good.
I'm like, I think it's gonna be official that somebody hears a cookie in my mouth at some point because that was fucking insane. I don't even like Oreos, but they were bomb. They were great with the coffee. Here's my last crazy question.
Okay.
Do you have any last thoughts that you would like to share with the listeners? Like anything you really want to bang into their head? Because we hit every single question. I'm like,
yeah, I think so.
like even the tell us something we don't know. You did it all, sir. Like you should be proud of yourself. This 4.5 hour live, almost. Damn
Yeah, I
straight,
don't know.
man.
I think the best thing I can say now is I work for a company and I get to still work on computer stuff. I have a cool ass job that I got to make memes about during a video game that I found a fucking tank in and made a meme the next day like, hey, I have 2 tanks, and shared it in the post that like
That's awesome.
IRL. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a little joke, but no. I get to work on cool ass shit at my job.
Good support.
Yeah, great group of guys that I work with. Kind of let me do really whatever I want. Do I know if I'm gonna keep on doing the YouTube stuff after I know if I'm leaving or I come back home? I don't know. It's probably gonna be more boring ass content. Probably grinding on a car if I don't leave.
Yes.
And,
well, can I ask if you do leave and you have an experience while you're there and you come back to the Americans that we are, would you do a follow-up interview and let me know the pulse of the world that you
Oh,
personally see? Because I feel like this could be a firsthand account. You know, however you feel needs to be said. You're a pretty straightforward person, so
yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I just I would like to say, yeah, I could probably record my whole experience if I do go.
well,
But I don't know how that really. I
not
don't know.
record. I would say more so, like of course while you're gone, if you're gone, and if you're here, then regardless, the questions that people may have, we can do a follow up on that.
Oh
And
yeah,
then,
hell yeah.
and then if you do go, you know, whatever from your firsthand account, because I know you can't say everything with the people that are trading off and you're doing what you have to do to help the people down there. I feel like though to understand from a human side,
Mhm.
we're stupid Americans, and a lot of us don't really understand. And I'm going to insult people saying it, but I've seen it firsthand. Some people just don't understand what it really looks like to have your feet on the ground in these places when this is all going on. So like I feel like you would be able to really set the record straight of what ignorance is bliss, you know?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I already have friends that are there right now. So like,
Right.
I've already seen a lot of things to.
Do you
Be
think this is
prepared
going to be
for.
going on for a while? This
No,
war, or do you think it's going to
Mm-mm.
end?
It's gonna.
I just, you know, hopefully I just feel like we've politically done some crazy things lately, so I just hope that we're not going to be brought into a circle jerk of problems, you know. So obviously I have no concerns that you're going to have any problems coming back or whatever, because you've gave us rest assuring of that. But at least maybe if you can in this time, write some shit, even though your wife doesn't want. I'm sorry, she's listening and hates me, I'm sure, because I'm like, please make more music.
No,
Write some things that will get to the heart of it. Like that's the
nah.
thing.
She
Just get
doesn't hate on
sad.
it. She just knows that like it brings me to a place that like
Well, change your vibes, sir. I know you're shade darker, but let's do
yeah.
shade darker 86 and the 2023. I'm like doing a, what is that fucking?
And I wasn't born in 1986, so don't
I
get
know
that.
that was a fucking game plan right there, man. You're representing all the fucking 86ers up in this bitch.
No, I was born in 1982.
You're like the big brother of yourself. That's epic. No.
Funny.
Those 3 extra years just were knowledge and power. No, it's four extra years. Sorry, right?
Yeah. No,
2, 4. It's
it's like
4.
an actual joke.
What do share? Can you please share? That's a great way to. How did this name
Yeah.
come about? How can we not
'cause,
talk about that? That's fucked up, man.
it was like a joke with one of my friends. I got kicked out of a bar one night for fist fighting. We all got like strung up by security and like thrown out the bar onto the street in front of a cop. And the cop knew my boy from like the neighborhood that he grew up in, not even the one that we were even in.
Oh,
it was funny as hell. And she's like, motherfuckers, like, y'all fist fighting up in there? And he's like, nah, we didn't do shit. And she's like, y'all can go. So like,
wow.
So he made a joke. He's like, you always get an 86.
Oh.
So that's why. Yeah.
Oh. Man, people can assume so many things about you. We really all could be so confused if you just look on surface level. Can't look surface level. Your tree is a metaphor in the background. Your lights are like all of this play on. Man. Interesting enough. Okay, so in a future episode, if you want to learn more about this crazy individual, hopefully he'll come on an astrology chart reading with me, and I could read his fucking chart because this man's got crazy energy. That's the straight up truth.
Shit, we
You are
going
a
on
calculated. What's his Kent Clark? Shay
Clark
Darker is
Kent.
Kent Clark. He's Superman, but he won't talk about it.
No, I'm not.
He's fucking
I'm
Superman.
nowhere near Superman.
No,
Yeah.
you are. You're fighting battles up in this bitch, and not even
No,
fighting.
I don't even know what else to cover at this point. Like,
No,
shit, we laid it
we're
out
gonna
until
close, but I just want to get people excited. If you have questions for him, if there's any songs that you have specific points to make people listening, I will do a follow-up to this video and showcase this video at least in the comments when I do review his music, which probably will be on Mary Can I Be Blunt or Rachel Raw Truth. So if you want to give your closing, we'll end this awesome long one with you and eat something, sir. Thank you all
so
for
much for
joining.
having me.
Thank you for being here, seriously.
Yeah,
and sharing your story.
I actually had a blast. This
Great.
is it went by so fast.
It went smooth as fuck, man, like butter. Like it was just like a fucking honey butter up in this bitch, whipped.
Yeah, I never would have thought this would have been such a great time. I actually enjoyed myself, and thank you.
Seriously. And when you review this, which I probably doubt you ever will, but if you do, if you ever review this, let me know if we forgot anything. We'll do some clarification.
No, well,
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
But anyway, thank you guys for listening. Thank you for being here. You have a great night. Shade Darker 86, the man of mystery, no more. To a point. There's shit he's not pulled out of his bag yet. He might want.
Yeah, there's still stuff.
Yeah,
no, but I spilled the bag already.
You can
so
do a memoir now and charge everyone. That's what we're gonna do.
Awesome.
All right, everybody. Have a great night. Thank you for joining. Give this video a like. I will update it probably in the morning and put all the quotes and everything else. And just stay tuned for new stuff coming out.
Yeah, you might want to blur out some of the F-bombs in the beginning. All right.
Oh, fuck all that. They can take it. You hear me? Fuck it. They're going to take it. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
I appreciate
Thank you for being here, Shade.
Thanks,
You're
Chad.
awesome. Your life is complex and there is no regrets.
There is no regrets.
Mm-mm.
Y'all have a great night.
Tell your mom hi. Tell your dad hi.
Will do.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye.
you too.